maybe I have an alternate recipe for the frames. Bolted frame. 5 per minute. But then it needs a bunch of screws. 140, so 5, so 700. So I'd need 1900 screws a minute. And then it makes 5, so then I only need 10 of these instead of 25. But then I need an absolute inordinate amount of constructors for screws. But it does make it a little less complex. Why did I do that? Bad habit from using the MAM out in the world. Oh, sorry about that. Let's see. So there's an iron node I can actually tap. There's 3 iron nodes 5 iron nodes I can actually tap in visual range of me. Pure. That's a good start. Because to make as many screws as I need to make pure, a better continuation. Okay. Impure, not great. Normal. So I think there it is. Holding shift to run, and I pressed F12, which takes a screenshot in Steam. That's fun. Okay. Cool. So if I were to put up more smelting things, I would need to put up, what, 1, 2, I guess 2? Well, I guess the real question is, how many constructors is 1200 screws? Like 1600 screws. Times 50 a minute. So just the 1200 needs 24 constructors. Maybe I should start with that before I work on the frames. And then if I need more screws, I'll just plug into it. Okay, oh, roots. Acting up today. So this is making 900 iron ingots, which are being fully utilized. Like this, it very rarely backs up until I say that and then look at it. But nearly the full 920, 960 on these 2 belts is being fully utilized. And then, oh, this brick is steel, so that doesn't matter. And then I've got iron. Oh wait, no. Yeah, so this one's then another iron alloy ingot one, which is outputting ingots. That this steel uses. And both of these are steel, because it's 450 iron ingots out to two 240s on steel. What's the input like on this iron? Wait, this is iron too. Hold on. These are both iron, and they're both making 450. So this is another 900 iron being fed to 480 steel? So I have 420 additional iron from those two smelters, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're dedicated to the steel. Like it, yeah. This is steel ingot. This is supplying the iron pipe creators. I'm lost in myself here. Okay, even while that's not unloading, the buffer allows that to keep unloading. Okay. I'm confused at the additional... I think what I need to do, just so I get a better idea, is I need to make sure that I'm syncing all of the products. So they all come from a single source. So I could sync them right here. And I hate to clip through the wall, but this is a temporary solution, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna plug in, make sure I get power here. I need to take the overflow here. We're gonna do on the right to set it to overflow, which means any additional that doesn't go through the main line gets sunk. Now what that should do, at least temporarily, is free up all of the iron and concrete lines to keep flowing. And then I need to do the same right here. And we're going to set it to left output overflow. Again, I don't like to necessarily clip or do weird stuff on my logistics floor, but I really want to free up everything to run, because I'd like to visualize where the backup is in these two iron smelters, because I know they're producing 900 iron total. It is 75 a minute. It's 450 for this brick and 450 for this brick, which means 900. And then for steel, it needs 40 times 6, so 244.80. So these two, am I supplying them each individually? Is that what's happening? And I've got like 220 left over on each one. Hold on, is that what's happening? Oh no. Oh no, that's the output. Okay, I need the supply line. Are they being split from the same place? Nope. Okay. So then what I actually want to do we're gonna do. We're gonna do screws. So I need 12.5 a minute. It's 24, so 12.5 times 24. No, that's not right. That's right. Okay. So 24 of these just needs 300 iron ingots? Now I have an excess of 20. Hashtag something, blaze it, something. I have an excess of 420. So if I take these two, combine them into one line, it will max out a single belt at 480. I'll send that 480 belt both to these steel smelters, and the steel smelters will fully utilize it, and then all of the excess from that other belt should be or no, I just split off part of one of these, send the remainder one way, and then send like 30 to supplement it. But that's the steel part. I need to be looking at the iron part. Let's dismantle this because I hate these pillars. Okay, is this steel or iron? Iron. So these are the two iron lines I need to think about. And they come up right here. So what I want to do then is run one line, break it off, so with no alterations, that is 450 iron going into that line. So then what I gotta do, I'm gonna be making screws kind of over there, is I'm going to lift this guy to there. I'm going to set a splitter here, and then a merger here, and then I'm gonna limit it to a Mark 1 belt. So I only need 30 coming off this line, but I'm gonna take 60 because that's the minimum you can do unless I do some double splitting. And now this line should be exactly 480. And with a line that's exactly 480, it double splits into 240, which goes into both of these smelters and produces all of the same amount of steel, no problems. Cool, so now I have siphoned off this iron, which is 420 iron. I should use signs and mark the line totals, but nah, I'm fine. Okay. What I want to do is go over here, and I need 24 constructors, I guess. We've got blueprints. Do 4 6X's. I do 4 6s. That lets me load balance a lot better. I'm gonna do that. Normally I would use the 10s, but screws are such a hassle. This... And I don't have the iron plates. Time to get some iron plates. Don't need this, don't need this, I don't need this. Definitely don't need this. That away, put this away, put these away. There we go. Each of these will be doing cast screws. 1, 2, 300 on each of these, so I should probably just keep them to their own output line. Come on. Oh. Do I run them side by side? Do I have room for 4 output belts? I do. Okay. Let's do that. We scaling up now. That's 24 constructors on cast screws. Actually took a little less time than I imagined it would. I just need to plug in. Whoops. First, I need to set all of the recipes. Which I may have saved time setting it in the blueprint, but it was fine. I think a little jumping around won't solve. I have such a bad habit of getting in my own head, like doing all these calculations and thinking and looking like I'm angry. I furrow my brow. If something streaming will do, it'll teach you a lot about your own face that you don't think about normally. Okay, so each of these times 6, 12.5 times 6? Oh yeah, 12.5 times 6, 75, and I've got 420 coming out of here, so I can pretty evenly split this. So I'm gonna set a full 4-way balancer, because I kind of want screws to be balanced. So we'll do this. There we go. It's not getting anything yet. Why is that? Oh, I just set the... Okie dokie. Alright. Hook that up. And that gives me 420. I'm repeating myself. Splits to 210, 210. And then in each split should be 105, 105, which is 25 more than they need. Let's do this kind of tight to the other belt. Sort of want to. There we go. I'll let those suffuse. Monster Energy keeping me up and running most of the days. What with my crippling caffeine addiction. One, two, three, four. Yeah. I only set up 3 for a minute. So this leaves an excess of 30, 60, 90, 120 iron ingots here. So I guess now I just need to pipe down the screws because these heavy modular frames just need a boatload of screws. Really what it boils down to. Oh, okay, I've already set the holes in the floor, so all I gotta do is grab some stuff. Let's do it like... How did I... Are those right in line with some buildings? They are. I could get away with merging... Oh, I can't get away with merging any. With 300 each. So the question is, how in the way is really bad? Okay. So if I wanted to set a really out of the way but still functional location for all of these, where would it be? Like right here? Oh wow, that's actually exactly what I want it to be. That's fine. Okay, well, let's do that. So I guess we could do ground floor pointing backwards now. I can just go 4 to 4. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. And 5 manufacturers. And it needs... and each one needs 250, I think? No. What? I need 1,200 screws. What do I need 1,200 screws for? 240 times 5 is 1,200. That is what I need. Okay, so 240 each means it's gonna be a little messy, but each of these makes 300. So if I bleed... oh, yeah. Okay. So if I bleed out, this is 300, and that's one line. But I think I need to do it further down. So 1, 2. Probably accidentally click the button. 1, 2. I think I want to do like a risen up one. 3. Oops. I grabbed the input line? What? Excuse me? Because I misclicked where... no, stop breaking. Stop. It auto connected to... okay. So that is properly producing screws. This isn't. There you go. And then that is now properly producing screws. So I guess what I could do is I could keep them all in line and then break them off at the end. And I don't have to do like weird 4 rows. Yeah, I like that. So 300, 300, 300, 300, and then make sure this is not ruining everything. Okay, and then at the end of each of these lines, before I send them out, I gotta do in the room, I guess. I could do stacked mode. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the most reasonable way to get this doing what I want it to do. And this, and then this, and this, and this should have 2. No, that's 1. Oh, we overdid that. That's fine. And then this goes to this one. This goes to this one. I put too many on here. I don't like how not straightened that all is. Should be fine. And then we're going to add a splitter at the end of this belt, a splitter at the end of this belt, a splitter at the end of this belt, and then a merger. I should have added the mergers first. Learning that lesson. And now the genius of these splitting is that what I do is I only take a Mark 1 belt, which is 60, from each line of 300, meaning each line is 240, and the output line is 60 times 4, which is 240. So, I get the benefit of perfectly balanced lines, which is great. I'm always a fan of that. So I need to bring these down right around, not there. Can I bring them down back here? I guess I can bring them down over, like right here-ish. Let me bring them down here. 5. Which one? Point this way. Actually have it either direction. There we go. Logic dictates I should actually set the closest one to the farthest one. That's what I'm gonna do. It'll make it a lot easier when I'm doing all of these. Because now I can do this for now and set that like that. And then I can bring this right here down there, and it stays relatively straight with good angles. I'm gonna do one more pole here so that we get this. And I actually want to do the drop around the same spot. We get it really smooth. There we are. Okay. Liking it. One more like this. same row. Probably too steep now, yeah. So then what I'll do is just use a riser. Do it like this. Kind of mostly right angles on everything. And that is 1,200 screws a minute sorted. But I can't sync those to keep the iron running to stress test because it's 4 lines and I don't want to do that. And my max belt speed is 480 for a single belt. So that is all of the screws into these down pipes. So what I want to do is make sure that, I mean, I guess we're switching up where we're at here. Realistically, I don't need to keep them all in the same, like, hole. Same input. But I think it helps for, like, visual organization. So we're gonna go the third one. Wait. 2, 3. Hey, Zevors. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, bud. Screws. 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 Hope you're having a good day, man. I'm just racking my brain with the maths. Screws on that cluster of 4. What is it? Hey, yo, thanks for the Prime subscription. That actually means a whole hell of a lot to me, man. I appreciate it. I'm just kind of starting out and figuring this out, and it means a lot. I'm gonna try and do my best to be on here every day, basically. That's the game plan. Is we're gonna have streams every day, at least for the next week of Satisfactory, and then I want to, when Factorio comes out, I'm probably going to do something like a 16-hour stream and not realize that I'm doing a 16-hour stream because it's Factorio, and my brain is going to start happening, and then my body is going to tell itself to shut down. So I may die on stream next week. We'll see. From exhaustion. Gotta be careful of the Twitch nonsense. Hey, Zevors, if you're watching and you're not chatting, that's totally fine. Yeah, tell me about it. Make sure you refresh the page so you don't get ads, since you just subbed. So when you refresh, that'll help. I'm gonna run a quick 1-minute ad right now. I don't want you to catch that since you just subbed. I mean, again, awesome. I really appreciate it. I want to make sure that the pre-roll ads are off for people when they come to check out the stream, so that they don't get it's like the death knell of I think new streamers. Like, you go to click on a stream, you just want to check out what's going on, and you get like a 3-minute pre-roll. So I'm gonna avoid that with a I've been I've been keeping them kind of refreshed by running, like manually running an ad every now and again, so that they stay off. But they're on right now, so I want to make sure that nobody else gets them. So I'm gonna run a quick 1 minute ad to deal with that, and then we'll be good to go. I'll be right back. Well, actually, I don't have to go anywhere because you're subbed, and I can just hang out. But I don't want to do too much while the ads are running. I'll eventually find it out from the analytics tab on the little Twitch manager thing. I am curious how you found my stream. Just looking on Satisfactory stuff, or hey man, I really appreciate it. That means a lot, especially for someone like legitimately. I have you're my third sub, if I'm straight about it. The other two are friends who just want to support me, like my real life friends who can't hang out. So you're actually like my first real sub, kind of like randomly in the wild. So I mean, it does mean a lot. Not something I expected today, that's for sure. I think I've been streaming for, I think this is day 9, where I've been trying to keep it up and be consistent and hang out. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have that kind of like ADHD brain where I'll play this game for 200 hours in a couple weeks, and then suddenly my brain won't like it anymore and not want to do it, and then I'll find myself obsessed with the next game on my list. Next week that will be Factorio. The ads are over, which is great. So that means nobody gets pre-rolls coming in. We got a couple more people watching, which is nice. I really shouldn't watch my my viewer count, but I'm brand new and don't know any better, so that's on me. Okay. We got frames. Frames are not sorted. Steel pipes are done. Encased industrial beams are done. These are done. Screws. 1200 sorted in relatively short order. Yeah, the Factorio update's going to be a doozy. I'm very excited for Space Age. Cheap viewers. Thanks, Cloudbot, for just gonna ban that guy. Easy peasy. I've kind of got some goals set up. So I'm again my ADHD brain. My Factorio, the Space Age update is going to be crazy. If you ever played the Factorio Space Exploration DLC, it's effectively made by the same person. So because the Space Exploration DLC was made by one of the mods of the game, or it was like worked on a lot by one of the mods, like main mods of the game, because they wanted something extra. And then they just decided, you know what, let's turn this into a whole ass game. So like the amount of content that Factorio is getting is like quadrupling. So I'm pretty stoked. And I'll find everybody's gonna be doing like, you know, they have like their subathons, and I'm just gonna literally start streaming and not realize that it's been 16 hours suddenly. And then my wife is gonna be feeding me a steady stream of Monster Energy and probably some kind of sustenance, I imagine. Okay, So the last thing I need is 50 modular frames. Modular frames ain't nothing. So, assembler. Dude, that is crazy, man. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. I legitimately, first of all, you're giving me more work. Not that that's a bad thing, but you are giving me more work. I told myself, oh, it'll take like a couple weeks to get up to like 5 subs, where I will create a Discord server for people who want to like hang out and play games. Oh man, I love the factory genre. It should be a lot of fun. I'm excited. I played a good amount. I played probably 70 hours of the space exploration DLC, which is to say I didn't play much enough of the space exploration DLC. Yeah, it should be a good time. All right, bolted frames. I need 10 of these. Factorio for me was tricky initially. I tried the demo on Steam because there's a free demo for anybody. I've got a couple of watchers, and for anybody who's curious, Factorio has a free demo on Steam, and you can get a good 20 hours out of it. But no, I need to set 10 of these up. And I played it, and I kind of enjoyed it, but it didn't really click for me because I think I was too worried about the tower defense aspect versus the factory aspect. So it didn't click for me. It was its own weirdness. And then I was on Epic Games doing my, weekly click accept for my free game kind of thing, because I have a, I do that like a lot of people do. And Satisfactory was on there, and I was like, this game looks sweet. But it was on Epic, so I wasn't gonna like really give it a go necessarily. For whatever reason, that's probably not a great way to put it, but do this. That was not a mistake. And then it was like 6 months later or 4 months later, it came out on Steam, and I saw it, and I think it was 2,000 yen at the time, or 2,500 yen, something like that. It was really inexpensive for a game that looked really polished but was in early access. Oh, you know what? This blueprint is messed up. I forgot. I bought it on Steam, and then it was suddenly 150 hours later, and I was obsessed with the game. After that, after I'd like finished what was available, I think it was an update 3, like 0.3, I found myself getting into Factorio and actually kind of realizing what it was doing and what it was about. Really enjoying myself. And then from there it was like, it was game over, man. And from there I just got obsessed with all the factory games. I played Shapes, I've played Dyson Sphere Program, which is a phenomenally fun factory game. Oh no. The ponies are coming. Be careful. But yeah, Dyson Sphere Program is a phenomenally fun factory game. If you haven't played it, because it is kind of indie, it's made by a little Chinese studio. If you haven't played it, so good, so good. Give it a try. It does factory really, really well. It's by a group of people you can tell love the genre. Clear the blueprint designer. do this guy. And then... yeah, Dyson Sphere program. It's on Steam. It's made by a little Chinese developer. Hey, Starsong. Thanks for, thanks for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. You know, I always do. I was just talking with my first non-real life friend sub, Zavors, who just came in sub for me. Yeah, Dyson Sphere program is so good. Shapes 2 is a lot of fun. They did a really good job of it. Like, they took the formula and like cranked it up to 11, made it look really cool. And there's a lot of fun stuff. There's trains in it. Like, somehow they put trains in Shapes. I love it. It's a really good game. It's got a little bit of room to improve on like the end game content. Like, Shapes was sort of endless, but once you finish Shapes 2, and it's still in early access, they're still working on it. All right, man. Have a good one. I hope things are going well for you. Appreciate the raid. And welcome, ponies. I'm not one of you, but I'm of another one of you. I don't know. I hope everybody's having a great day. And Flurry, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Always helps. Yeah, okay, let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and drop the blueprints for 8 assemblers, because I need to make this guy. Oh, yeah, it's... no, this isn't... that's not... I should probably actually disassemble the entire blueprint. The update's coming out in like 10 days? I'm so surprised at how many people didn't know, who are like, I love Factorio, who had no idea. It's really, really surprising to me. Like, they haven't really marketed or anything. It's just, they're going to drop 2.0 and a bunch of people are going to realize what's going on, and it's going to be wild. It's not just a DLC or like a minor update with like some cool stuff. It's a DLC full overhaul of a bunch of the systems, including like trains are getting an overhaul, liquids are getting a full overhaul. Yeah, like nuclear power I think is getting a full overhaul. There's a lot to really like dig into. We're getting 4 planets all with their own resources, and then you get to, when you shoot the rocket up and like end the game, you're just you're building a space platform in orbit and then sticking rockets on it and shooting a factory that you've put in space to another planet to then shoot down more rockets to like build on that planet. So the factory must grow. There's really nothing to it besides that. But the 1.0 update for Satisfactory has been phenomenally good fun. They've added so much in the way of quality of life and just a lot of stuff like that is really fun. Alright, I need 10 assemblers. I need... yeah. Go like this. This. I need to set this there, and set this there. And that's 10. Yeah, Shapes 2 is really a lot of fun. Dyson Sphere program is phenomenally good fun. I really enjoyed Dyson Sphere. They all offer, like, I'm hesitant to pick like a favorite factory game, Satisfactory gives you like Subnautica vibes in a factory builder, which is fantastic. Factorio gives you this kind of like really crazy grand tower defense game where you decide like, I want to build a factory over there, so I'm gonna carpet bomb it until there's no more life. And then once that's safe and there's no more life, I'll build my factory. And then you just you know deal with it that way, which I really enjoy. And then Dyson Sphere Program has a sense of scale that I don't think any other factory game really captures. The scale is so good and intriguing and fun. There's nothing quite like starting your Dyson Swarm or Dyson Sphere, and then like looking up and seeing little specks of light being circled around your star, and then you fly out to the star, and it's absolutely massive and covered in panels that you're building slowly over by like draining the resources from entire planetary systems and bodies to like make 1/4 of your Dyson Sphere. It's really, really cool. I'm a big fan of that game. And then Shapes distills it all. Like, it just distills all of the addiction down into tiny chunks of, like, efficiency optimization with none of the rest of it. It's kind of wild. I don't need to do it this way, but I'm going to do it this way because I like to. Do this. I think I want. I guess this is fine. Well, because I'm going to be inputting on the backside, so I don't want to loop this around the left. But this is my first mega factory in this game. I've done a ton of stuff in the game, but I always build like disparate micro factories just to make progress. Because it feels like the most efficient way is like you build a little factory and ship the parts, and then that's just kind of the way I've always done it. Bolted frames here. Settings. So I'm doing my first, like, you know, bring every singularly processed material into one central location and manage it that way. My first, like, actual mega factory. Hey, Arnar, man, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. But also, you've given me more work as well, because now that I have 5 subs, I need to make a Discord. Because I set myself incremental and totally difficult to achieve goals where I'd find myself doing, you know, enough work and of like learning the process, and now I've got to like actually. Oh, I don't actually. I'll put that way. I've got to actually do stuff. So with that, I will be making a Discord, likely before the next stream. But I appreciate the support, man. It means a ton. Bolted frames. Yeah, it's I mean, yeah, I haven't rightly talked to you in like so long. It's been a hot minute. I've been on a Discord with like a bunch of the other people from back in the day, right? Like you know, Kilker and Mac and all the guys from school and stuff. So I talk to those guys a lot, and I think it'd be cool to have you on a Discord. But I definitely appreciate the sub, man. It means a ton. Thank you for the bits of wars. Hype train. What is this about hype train? Oh man, I'm gonna need to like. I need to make emotes and like a brand now and stuff. This is gonna be wild. I wasn't I have to like pay an artist to do some stuff. I appreciate the bits though, Zavors. That means it helps a ton. The important thing for me, I've said this on social media a couple times now. The important thing to me is like building a group of people who just want to talk about games and get like obsessed about certain games and be fine with that. So much of growing as a streamer, it sounds gross to say because you hear it on like Facebook and Threads and like Twitter and stuff. People talk about, you know, grow. Like I want to grow as a streamer. Your follower number has to go up. Everything about it feels insanely disingenuous. I just want to play games and hang out with people that I like. So yeah, people that just want to come in and hang out and talk games and chill with, you know, everything. It's exactly what I want. So I appreciate it from everybody who's supporting me. It means a ton. Okay. So we're building modular frames. This makes 50 a minute. I need, wow, so many more screws than I thought. 140 times 8. Another 1100, like another nearly 1200 screws. Is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 1120? Okay. And then 3 reinforced iron plates, which I think also needs screws. So 7.5 times 8. 60. So I need 60. I need 60 reinforced iron plates. Which is how many of these stupid things. Hey man, I appreciate it. I hope work doesn't go too rough for you. I appreciate the lurk and I appreciate the support. So 6. No shot. 3 reinforced iron plates. 7.5 a minute. And at 7.5 a minute per thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, this is 10. So I need 75 reinforced iron plates a minute. Which is 15 more constructors? That can't. That's gotta be a war crime. Is it better if I do it this way? 5.625. 75. 75 divided by 5.625 is 14 constructors. That doesn't, or assemblers. That doesn't save me too much space. That's for the bolted frames. If I do just modular frames, it's the same. It's the same problem. No, it's not. But it makes less. And then I need more assemblers here. In the planning phases at the moment. 3 reinforced iron plates. So 7.5. I need 75. Reinforced iron plates. 5 of these. 75. brain is not capable. 15. So I need 15 assemblies. Really what it boils down to. So this is going to be 8. I want the input there. I want the output to be on this side. So yeah, we're gonna do it like this. There it is, evened up. Kinda. Nope. Oh, because it's mirrored. I could do it this way and set the mergers on the backs of these. That's fine. So that should be fine. And then I think I can do it like this, right? Yeah. So these factories don't actually interact. Really? I'm just using the space. There's that. The input comes in over here. The output is going to be right here. We're gonna put that up there. This lets me do this because maybe I should pay attention when I do these things. That direction. That up. Little speed boost. So this is 8, 10 for bolted frames. 10 would be 50, and I need 75. So I need 15. And this is 8. What's the 40? 1120. So there needs to be 1120 screws coming into this. 140, 280, 320, 460. I have to do this in clusters of 4 because of the belt limitations. 140, 280, no, 560. I have to do it in clusters of 3 because of the belt limitations? I am sad about this. Alright, we'll just disassemble everything. As Magic players would say, sadness is on the stack and resolves. Okay, so when do I get Mark 5 aluminum? I get Mark 5's belts at aluminum. I guess I could start working on phase 3, actually. That'll give me faster belts, which means I can actually complete this factory and not drive myself crazy. Most of the factory's done, which is good. Okay. I think I'm just gonna take a little detour and start working on the phase 3 stuff. At the very least, getting the stuff built. Oh, I'm out of biofuel. There we go. Okay. So, I need adaptive frameworks, which I think doesn't need much. Versatile frameworks. Steel and modular frames. So that's easy. So I can just change that to that. Grab these stators. Replace this. The steel beams. I want to grab my loops. I want to loop this. I want to power it up. And I need to grab steel beams and modular frames. Got plenty of modular frames. Maybe I'll... No. I'm gonna say I'm gonna run the production line over there, but this is fine. Everyone's having a good day. I made the mistake of being awake at 4 in the morning and wanting to play a game that's fun to stream, and then I ended up off schedule streaming Elden Ring Randomizer until 7 in the morning. Wife woke up and I was like, I should probably go to bed, so I did, and then woke up promptly 30 minutes before my 3 p.m. stream today. I need to grab more steel. Don't need raw iron. Steel is the bottom one. Yep. So I think for 2,500 versatile frameworks, steal away. These are versatile frameworks. Oh, but there's some automated wiring going in there. Alright, versatile framework. So it's currently making 25 a minute. So it'll take 100 minutes, so like an hour. So that's fine. The amount of time it's going to take. I'm not really too beat up about that. The modular, or the engines, are made at a manufacturer. So I'm gonna grab this guy, grab this guy, grab this guy, grab this guy. Do I have room for 705 plates? I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah. I do. Alright, that's pretty easy. And then I run into that problem. Okay, so, oh, I have a bunch of the smart plating built, and I didn't realize it, so that's really helpful, actually. Should have done the same with the automated wiring, now that I think about it. Okay, do this. Stash those for now. Just want to clear up some of this space. Put the smart plating away. And then I want to do... So the AI control limiters, AI control units, something like that. Those are easy to build, like in a one-shot. You can just hand feed the recipes into the machine. With the Somers loops, it duplicates everything, so it gives you... You get 100 very, very quickly. The reason why I want to start the versatile frameworks is because 2,500 of them. So for the engines, it's kind of similar because 500 is not a lot when you like loop everything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a manufacturer right. Put a manufacturer right here, right here. There we go. No problems at all. I want to save the items I'm creating again. Always really helpful. Outputs. And then modular engines. Motors, I'm making a ton of. Rubber, I'm making a boatload of. Smart plating, I have a backstock of. So this is actually great. So what I'm going to do is set 1, 2, 3. I'm going to hook up 1, I'm going to hook up 2, and we're going to hook up 3. And we're going to start with the smart plating. Oh, this is... Okay, so it's going to need 4 for the loop, that's fine. I don't mind overclocking it because I think I went crazy overkill on the power. Yes, I have almost triple. Okay, so we're going to do smart platings in there. Hook this bad boy up. Put some rubber in here. And then motors. So I gotta do motors next. And motors... Motors I have a lot of. Because I'm making them. So I'm gonna just, for now, put 3 motors in here. And then I'm gonna go snag a box full of them. And bring it back. Alright. Motors. Lots and lots of motors. And that'll let me make modular engines kind of at a good pace. Motors. So these are 5 a minute, so it would be another 100 minutes. So it's an hour and a half until these 2 are done. And that's I'm kind of fine with that, honestly. Because I need to go get more, I need to do a little bit more exploring. It's using some number of those. Alright, so I'm going to throw my smart platings in there, the automated wirings in here. I'll use them eventually. I don't need those. Okay, time to do a little exploration while I let those run. I need to get more slugs, any more Mercer Spears, Somers Loops, everything. This is a murder swamp. I don't want to play in the murder swamp. This is the murder mountain, and I don't want to play in the murder mountain. Turns out the game is just full of murder. I can go most of the way up the train. Think about it. Sometimes the movement's so good in this game, I forget that there are vehicles. The movement in this game feels... Another streamer I watched was telling me, and it kind of clicked, is the movement in this game feels a lot like No Man's Sky or something. Kind of like floaty, jetpack, kind of jumping around sort of thing. This way. I really should gridify all this, actually. Oh, I didn't bring... I don't have enough concrete. I'll do that later. Is that a crash site? I think it is. Oh, I might have done that one already. Oh, well, now that I think about it, hold on. I'd unlock the rifle. I should definitely unlock the rifle. It's like... Okay. Alright. New goal, unlock rifle, then go exploring. New goal, unlock rifle, set up a production factory, small production factory, for rifle ammo, then go exploring. Before I forget, go back. And I need to pick up plastic and rubber, because they're not shipped anywhere right now, they're just produced on site here. Take a sip of coffee. Building's got a little hat. What's this? Go. Alright, so plastic. I need to grab a good amount. I know. One of the frames away. I think I have plastic in here. 124. So 2, 4, 6 effectively. There's that. And then rubber for the rest. I want rubber so that I can add more to make sure the rubber doesn't run out for the modular engines that are being made for the the phase 3 completion. And then I want to bring plastic because my liquid biofuel setup is dependent on hand-fed plastic just to make the canisters. Not really a huge deal because you go through it so slowly. I just like to make sure that it's topped up, going back and forth. Alright, while I train around and just like drop some stuff off, I just want to run a quick 1-minute ad so that we can get rid of the pre-roll ads for any newcomers. So give me just a break. I'm not going to do anything interesting. Not that I already am. Give me a quick break. I'm going to run that and place that whole setup. Alrighty, welcome back from the 1-minute ad. Something in this game that is not super clearly explained for people who are kind of like getting from phase 2 into phase 3 is probably the best fuel for a jetpack in the game is liquid biofuel. And you kind of have to set up a slightly convoluted like nonsense setup right here, but it's like one refinery, all your excess biofuel from your biofuel generators that you inevitably tore down once you set up coal and fuel. You just have all this biofuel, and a little bit of it goes a long way if you add kind of a packager to the mix and make canisters to make the liquid biofuel. You pipe in some water, throw in your solid biofuel, it makes liquid biofuel, you put it in the depot, and then you always have a really, really great jetpack fuel source. Basically anywhere, like, and available to just be pulled out of the cloud. I do a very similar thing with rifle ammo. What I'll do is I'll find a sulfur deposit kind of near some coal. I'll plug them both into a single constructor. Grab 3 of these or 4 of these guys. I'll plug it into a single. Let's put our stuff in the mulcher. Bam, bam. Remains. There we are. Already lost my train of thought. Oh, rifle ammo. So I try and find sulfur that is kind of near coal. I think there's a sulfur deposit over there, if I remember the map well enough. I think there's a sulfur deposit over there. I think it's like normal or pure. And then there's a coal deposit down below that I don't think I'm fully tapping for power just yet. So what I can do is I can splinter off a little bit, combine it in a constructor to make black powder, and then combine smokeless powder needs water. I can't make it yet because I don't have the... Oops. Everything's fine. Oh, I need to go to the man. Here we go. Alright, so we go to sulfur, smokeless powder, 100 of this, and plastic. Oh no, I just fed all my plastic to... Wait, I have plastic in the cloud. In the cloud. There we are. Okay. And then I need black powder, right? Which I think is made... somewhere. There is also a sulfur deposit kind of over here. To be fair, also where I'm already running a factory. So I might be able to just take advantage of that. So, black powder, I can make 98 black powder. What I should do, actually, is buy black powder as a single stack. There we go. 200.
Fix-It is not responsible for personal damage, environmental damage, psychological damage, or lowered standards that may result from use of these products. Enjoy your purchase.
I need rubber.
Research completed. Smokeless powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available for the development of high-end weaponry and ammunition.
Oh, it needs heavy oil residue. It needs heavy oil residue. I forgot that it needed heavy oil residue. For now, I just want to buy, just so I can get the rifle unlocked, buy some smokeless powder. I have enough coupons and it's pretty cheap. I could just buy a bunch of it. Sulfur, we're going to research the rifle to give me access to the rifle ammo.
Rifle and rifle ammo unlocked. A long-range weapon and rapid-fire ammunition, only to be used for the defense or acquisition of Fix-It property. Conveniently, this includes everything of value on this planet.
That is
Pocket dimension inflated by utilizing numinous gel hydrology channeled through an etheric spigot. Some used to say this as impossible, but the meaning of that word has long since been removed from my dictionary.
Okay. Anything else I need from the MAM right now? I never really scan for slugs, so that's really usually not a priority. I guess I can... I suppose... grab some modular frames right here. I think this unlocks like turning food into one of the things, the mouth breathe in, whatchamacallit. But it might have another bonus at the end. Yeah. Inhaler. That's the word I'm looking for.
Research shows potential for processing planetary nutrients for pioneer benefit. Nutritional inhaler research available.
I think these are also inhalers. One of them might be a pocket dimension upgrade though. So, do I have mycelia? Nope. I could get it by going into that forest. Okay, I'll try and remember that. Cluster Noblists are pretty good. I think what I want to do though. I'll need high-speed connectors eventually. I should just do it now, I guess. Deuterium, we'll do high-speed connectors. That's right, the geothermal generators on
Research
the street.
completed.
I wish it was
High-speed
better,
connector recipe unlocked.
but
New
it
Deuterium
is
research
not.
available.
Alien megafauna. The rebar gun's not very good. The extra hand slot, maybe that's worth it? Maybe? For 5 DNA? Well, that's fine. I'm gonna make some rifle ammo. And that's gonna take a hot minute. So what I want to do is, when the first stack is done, I want to put a stack into the dimensional depot so that it's uploading while I'm crafting. So I think it's in the refinery that you have to make. Refinery is smokeless powder, and then so it needs to be somewhere with Hey, nerd fighting, how's it going? Hope you're having a good morning. I know you say you usually work in the mornings when you hop on, so I hope work's going well if that's what you're doing at the moment. I'm currently handcrafting a sizable amount of rifle ammo. Awesome, awesome. Glad to hear that. I'm just getting the getting some rifle ammo done so I don't have to deal with it any further. Base is coming together. I was working on the HMFs, the heavy modular frames. I got to the point where it is requiring me effectively to make more screws than have ever been produced on the planet Earth at any point in any time in the history of everything. So my life has been screws for a hot minute. Yeah, so basically what I decided to do was go off and complete phase 3, which you can see the numbers ticking up on the top there. Complete phase 3, because that'll give me access to aluminum, which will give me access to Mark V belts, which will actually give me the throughput necessary to not pull my hair out trying to make a screw production module that literally requires 2,400 output of screws. So yeah, that's been my morning. Basically, yeah. But I don't want 2,400 separated into 4 blocks of 480. I want 2,400 separated into blocks of 780. So that's where we're living our life at the moment. Most of it is done. I'll give you a quick look-see. The logistics floor is getting a little hectic, but still pretty fun. Everything's kind of running. These are all the ones that like ship down to the manufacturers. And then, yeah, tell me about it. And then, yeah, this is kind of what's been built since. This is a brick for 1,200 screws a minute. And that's just the screws that go into the manufacturers for the heavy modular frames. That's not even the screws that have to go into the assemblers to make the modular frames, or the screws that go into the assemblers to make the reinforced iron plates. So I think I need... So this is a brick of 10 assemblers, and then I need like 4, 5, 7 bricks of 3 assemblers because of belt throughput limits. I can only put 3 assemblers per manifold. So if I put those 3 assemblers down, run that's another like 1,900 screws I need. So when I did that math and then double checked the math because I didn't believe it was going to be that stupid, and then I triple checked it because I didn't believe that was that stupid, and then it was true. I went about my day on completing phase 3 because I didn't want to do it anymore. You can't make me. Nobody can make me. So yeah, we're making that at the moment. We got the rifle. Oh, I gotta actually make a rifle. Probably a good way to use the rifle ammo is with a rifle. Yeah, but before you got on, we got 2 subs. I was shocked by that. I'd kind of like given myself easy bite-sized chunks of like iterative growth, where I was like, okay, I hit 5 subs, I'll make a Discord. That'll take 2 weeks. Sure enough, 2 days after I hit affiliate, I get people coming in and, you know, saying they like Satisfactory and subbing me, which is amazing, but an unexpected sudden amount of work. Thank you. We're gonna make some nobelisks. I'm gonna need them. So yeah, I'm gonna be making a Discord probably tonight after stream or tomorrow before stream, just to like start gathering all the other ADHD obsessive gaming folk into one place, and then I got to think about like actually having a brand identity or something and making emotes and all that stuff. So it should be fun. My goal, though, as I've always stated, is just to be genuine. I don't want to like stream for the sake of gaining subs or stream for the sake of whatever. I just want to be able to hang out and chat about, you know, goofy games with other similarly hyper-focused minded people. Okay, we got a rifle. That replaces the cup. Alright, we load it up. And now what? Oh my god, dude. Real talk. I'm like, this game is so good. It is, the 1.0 made it so much better. Did you play Subnautica by chance, Arnar? Because this game is very much like Subnautica, but the base building is a bunch of math. Yeah, I got boiled like, you know, like a crab or a lobster, whatever like I got put in the bucket and I was like, ooh, pretty underwater landscapes, and then you get to the next zone and you're like, okay, this is a little spooky, but I can deal with that. And then you get grabbed by a reaper for the first time and you're like, who pooped my pants? And yeah, but I was kind of already hooked by that moment, so I ended up playing through it. But it is definitely a game that proceeds from pretty underwater adventure. Like, I'm Sebastian in The Little Mermaid to Friday the 13th underwater, but with giant Leviathan monsters. I also can't do horror games. Like some of the streamers I like to watch in my free time are playing Silent Hill 2 right now because it's like the big new game to check out, and I'm like, well, I'm not watching you for the month of October because that's too. I'm not interested. This game, there is one, and I say one, there is an enemy that is horrifyingly terrifying. And my wife, who I'm pretty sure you know, my wife has listened to me be playing Satisfactory, chilling out, relaxing, building some buildings, doing some math, talking to myself, oh, it's like 20 times 15, and she'll kind of look over and we'll smile at each other and everything's fine, and then I'll like tell myself, okay, I'm gonna go out and do a little exploring, and then I get into a cave and I go, fucking shitting fuck, and then she like looks over like, what is wrong with you? So yeah. But thankfully, there is an arachnophobia mode to make the game a lot less scary. Because the scary monsters are like type of spidery monster. It's not. They aren't cool, man. But I liked Subnautica a lot. This is basically Subnautica with math. And without all the scary parts. Without most of the scary parts. Is there no enemy here? Oh, there's that thing. Oh, yeah, well, speaking of jump scares, these are the guys that are the problem. But I have explosives. I am also horrified, or like really bad at jump scares. Where? Where is the last one? I thought I heard another one. Where are you, you little fucker? I don't normally curse this much.
How nostalgic.
I'm gonna skip
Singing together. Are you?
I'm gonna skip past all the dialogue for Ada and the redacted, because it can be a bit of a spoiler for some of the fun parts of the game, I think. And the other people watching, I think, have heard it all. Don't hit me. I was so explicit about what I wanted you not to do. But man, if you like if you set up a multiplayer world, because it does have multiplayer with like dedicated servers and stuff, and you wanna give it a go sometime, or you need any help, like you have some questions about stuff, because the onboarding and the tutorial for this game are really solid, but there's some neat like quality of life tricks that you don't learn necessarily directly from the game. So I'm happy to offer what I can. If you have any questions, like, oh, how could this, how could I do this a little bit easier? Because sometimes you'll find yourself like building the same thing over and over, and you realize there's a way to like copy a building you're looking at, just stuff like that. I'm happy to help out. Let me ban this bot. There we go. Fun. But this game is great. I've been playing it for 6 years now, actually. Kind of on and off. Like every time they do a really big update that's got something I want to check out, I hop in and try it out. Suddenly 100 hours pass, and I'm like, all right, I can't wait for the 1.0 release. And then they did the 1.0 release, and it's exactly how early access should be done in games. Where the early part of the game, the early access of the game, awesome. That's good to hear. But the game is very, very fun, especially because you're incentivized to engage with all parts of the game. The exploration aspect, the factory building is the one thing that's like not really optional, because that's kind of what the game's about. But you're like incentivized to explore. You're incentivized to build pretty stuff. You're incentivized to use trains and like a lot of the stuff, but you don't have to. You can just kind of chill in the grassy area and never see a monster, except for maybe a few near some of the nodes you want, and just build fun operating factories. It's really, really chill. I'm actually curious, did you play any of the other factory games? Because I think there's like 5 or so. Don't spit at me. Don't spit at me. Like the classic is Factorio. That's kind of like where the genre got its start, is what I would say. Hey, bud. I know you're scared. I'm gonna pet you anyways. So, Kilker and Zach and I played a bunch of Space Engineers. I turned that game into a factory game. It is space exploration, kind of like real physics. It's like a not real, but it's like a pseudo real physics, like space Minecraft. And like, Mike and Zach made giant like mining ships just because they're like, I want to hollow out the inside of a planet. That is my goal. And I was like, okay, well, I don't build good ships, so this is perfect. And I let them build the ships, and I built the infrastructure that supported processing all of the stuff that they mined, like all the dirt and ice and stuff, turning it into oxygen we could use, and resources for them to build more ships and replace all of their inevitably exploding ships when they crash going too fast, stuff like that. Space Engineers is a lot of fun with people. It can be fun solo, but I tend to recommend it with people. I think the next big update for the game is called Contact, and it's supposed to add a lot more like mid to end game PvE content, which I think will make it more fun to play solo, so I might give it another go. I'm a big fan of Space Engineers. There's just not a lot. there's not a lot of content. It's got the Minecraft, I say problem, but it's got the Minecraft problem where you kind of gotta set your own goal.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
But yeah, Space Engineers is great, but I wouldn't classify it as a factory game. It is definitely like a, yeah. There's not a lot to do if you're just alone chilling. Well, I mean, if I set up like a Discord server, that's the subtitle to the game's like box art. It's like Space Engineers, I keep blowing up. And then like yeah, that's basically how that goes. Like the biggest part was one of our friends would start in space, so he didn't realize what the game was like, was kind of it was its own amusing bit, but like he didn't realize because he was always starting in space. He's like, oh, this is so much easier to start in space. Why wouldn't I do that? Then we did a world where we were playing like survival, like starting on the ground, and he had to build, you know, a ship that could break atmosphere and then function in 0G. And he finally, after dying, I want to say like 6 or 7 times, finally just was like, hey, can you put a chair on your ship for me? I want to go to space, but I don't want to build a spaceship. So I gave him a little jump ship seat, and we had a good time. But with the right people, Space Engineers is exceptionally good fun. And when they do the new update, depending on when that is, now that I've got, you know, I'm gonna have a Discord and stuff, I will probably make like a community server, like a group of people who just want to jam Space Engineers and kind of hang out. Because that'll probably be another one of those like game obsessions that I run into post Factorio. Once I've got my 200 requisite hours in Factorio's new update. Oh, what I was saying, Arno, is that Space Engineers isn't a factory game. I think Factorio is the, you know, the gold standard. There's a game called Shapes with a Z, that is like the factory concept, factory game concept, like distilled. I'm about to die. Distilled into like its absolute core essence. This game is basically the factory game put on top of less horrifying Subnautica. Dyson Sphere program is like also pretty chill, but it's all about the scale of things. So like you're building, your goal is to like send power back to, oh, that's uranium. Send power back to like the center brain, like where I guess Earth or the main AI is. So you gotta send a ton of power, and means you have to generate a bunch of power, and the best way to generate a bunch of power is to encase your sun, or the star that you're operating around, in a megastructure that absorbs its power immediately. So you build a Dyson Sphere, and you basically consume entire planetary systems and planetary bodies of resources just to build like chunks of your Dyson Sphere by building like whole factories on planets. And then you build a planet that's only railguns to fire the bits of your...
Yes, actually.
I don't want to spoil any of the Ada stuff. Fire bits of your Dyson Sphere around the sun, so they keep orbiting, and they always have an orbital decay, so you gotta like refresh it. So, but the scale is so good in Dyson Sphere program. I'm a huge fan. And Factorio is like kind of a mix between a tower defense game and a efficiency factory crafter. so that's it's really fun in its own right. There's a couple other ones like Mindustry or Mindustry, which is another like tower defense-y. It focuses more on the tower defense. But after I discovered Satisfactory and fell in love with it, I got obsessed with all the factory building games. They scratch an itch in my brain that I didn't know was there, and now I can't forget. I'm a huge fan of the genre now. Just like any game that lets me get crazy obsessive about it for a while. I guess that's anybody with any kind of hyperfocus ADHD, but like the constant dopamine hit is really good. Yeah, of course it is. That's what my brain tells me. The constant dopamine hit, because it's kind of like scratches that itch. I put a frankly embarrassing amount of hours into Escape from Tarkov over the last couple of years. Yeah, the new Worlds update looks so sweet. I was seeing that you were playing a bunch of No Man's Sky, and I saw that I would see you get on No Man's Sky, and then it would roll over to like 3 a.m. your time, when it's like 6 p.m. for me or whatever, and I was like, oh, he's probably just like AFKing something, but nope. He's like, I'll see you hop off later, or like relaunch the game or something. No Man's Sky, I think it's a classic gaming comeback story nowadays, right? It's like they really nailed it. I'm really happy for Hello Games and how it went for them. I played a pretty sizable amount. I played it when it first came out, like on uncool. I played it when it came out, and I liked it. A lot of people, lost their minds about how bad it was or whatever, because they made mistakes and promised stuff that ended up not being in the game, and I recognized that was a problem. But I still enjoyed my 70-something hour playthrough when I first played. Leave me alone, bugs. It had a lot to it. It was a little bit repetitive, but the end of the game, the end of the game was so. The original game was so rough. It was like a Sopranos fade to black restart with no input from me as a player, as like an agent. Like I had zero agency in going to New Game Plus basically, which I never thought would be a problem until it happened to me. You get to the end of the main story and it's just like, cool, watch this, and then it fades to black, and then you wake up, it's like starting over. It was a tricky one to shake. And it was funny, I was so excited for the game. And I had taken time off work to play, like a lot of people. And then when it was pushed back, it didn't really bother me that much because I don't know, I just wasn't really that beat up about it, if I'm honest. I actually want to I'm gonna make something real quick that's gonna be really useful in the future. This, go foundations. I want to go like this. Took time off work to play No Man's Sky. A lot of people did. The hype of that game was pretty big. Ended up They ended up delaying it. I was a little bit bummed, but I was like, you know what? I've worked in the games industry. I know what this is like. If delays happen, you can't fix them. It just is what it is. And then when the release date got finalized, it was releasing on one of the days on my first trip to Japan. So my wife and I were, girlfriend at the time, but now wife, we were, when it released, I was sitting in our hotel room in Shinjuku. Oh, I want to overclock these two, actually. I don't have enough. So I had to, like, get back from vacation. And, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I had to get back from vacation to play. And then I played and was having a blast, like having a really good time, enjoying it. It was fun, it was engaging. I really liked the worlds you could find, and the story was kind of interesting and kind of unique to the space. And then I got to the end and I was like, you know what, I'm not, that wasn't a cool way to end the game. Exploration power bank, I guess we'll call it. Biomass. What I like to do, I've done this in a couple other games, but I forgot to do it this game so far, is have a powered and already upgraded bank of biomass burners in a blueprint that I can just set down. And plug in. Easy. And then when you disassemble it, also easy. But then you have the same problem I just ran into. Oh, so I need to put the Mercer's, wait, hard drive. Scan the hard drive. Put the Mercer cereal, I'll put the coffee cup away for now, those guys. The tickets I guess I don't need right at this moment. Oh, I'm still putting rifle ammo up. Let's do this. Do this. Let's do that. Yep. Perfect. Yeah, I don't leave reviews on Steam too often, unless I really enjoy the game or I think they deserve the review. I think I revised it. I think I played my 60 hours, posted a review about how it was such a rug pull. Like the end made the whole game, like somehow the end made the whole game worse, despite me enjoying my time in it. I think that's what my review had said. Or something along those lines. And then when I played it again, like later, I really enjoyed it. I really liked the base building and the multiplayer aspects and everything. This is really fun. And I think they put in the work to deserve that revised review. So many people will just like leave the bad review and then don't touch it again. And someone who's relied on online reviews before, I know how unpleasant it is when like when you can't do something to fix it. But if you don't like jump scares and you're playing this game, turn on arachnophobia mode. That's my best. That's my best recommendation. And then you'll hear little like cats meowing at you sometimes, because what arachnophobia mode does is it takes the horrifying spider monsters and in-world makes your visor overlay like the JPEG of a kind of glitchy looking cat face, like a house cat. And they meow. So you can hear them coming, and it's not like a horrifying hissing noise. It's just like little meows. So you know they're around, and you can kind of like dip, or you can just deal with the little cat face. I didn't realize I needed arachnophobia mode until I played this game. I remember like they mentioned it in one of the devlogs way early. It was like version, I want to say it was like update 3 or 4, maybe 5, where they put in like, we added arachnophobia mode. We recognize that these spider things are scary as hell. And I was like, arachnophobia, who's gonna be, I guess if people are actually have arachnophobia, like it makes sense. It doesn't, let's get the spoilers here so nobody loses out on the experience. I was like, I'm a manly man. I can take some spiders. No. I am tiny baby. Took a dip there. Just for sulfur? I guess I can grab it. It wasted the bomb on it. Also, we haven't talked in so long. I mean, I hope the family's doing well and everybody's good. I see your posts all the time, so good to keep up. That's all there is to it these days. Y'all know if you ever come out to Japan, you got a place to chill. Sounds good. This coal is just rocks. That's just rocks. Another thing I like about the game is the exploration. You can be really intense about it, and or you can just kind of like zip around, check out the scenery, grab the items. You can avoid the monsters, or you can fight them for their juicy bits that you can turn into useful materials and yeah. The rifle is a bit later in the progression, but it's still not that hard to fight most of the enemies in this game. I think there's a... I remember my main playthrough, I think this has a Somers loop or a Mercer Sphere behind it. Pretty sure it's a Somers loop. Oh, you're way off. Bugs are good. Bugs are helpful. Oh no, in the... I hope it's not in the uranium stuff. Made errors that need hours to fix. Oh no. Yep. Well, I hope it's not actually hours to fix. But I've been in the same boat. That's one of the things I really do like about this game is like the time you've spent on uranium, you could have probably beaten the game by then. Well, like you can play at your own pace and do whatever. That's what's fun about it. Come on, come on. Explode you. Explode you. There we go. And then take all of their meaty bits for further exploitation. That's the word I'm looking for. For further exploitation. Alright, the oil fields out here. Very good. Yeah, no, I totally agree. That's what I like how the fun part is how we can play the same game so differently. And that's what I appreciate about games like this and about this game in particular. Is it's such a focused... That's what I think I like about, because like there's so many games that you can play differently than how other people play them. Right? Like, oh, I'm playing this, you know, play Deus Ex, and I'm gonna play stealth, and I'm gonna play, you know, Guns A-Blazing. Whereas like this game, it's such a focused experience. It's in the name, right? It is a factory game, and everybody plays like factories, but they don't do it the same way in some really interesting... I don't know. I find it so... Games like this I find exceptionally fascinating because I really like the idea of like coming up with that. Like they're doing their initial development and they decide, all right, we want to make a factory game. We like Factorio. How do we improve on the formula, or how do we adjust the formula in a way that we want to play it, right? And a bunch of different disparate ideas come up, and what happens is they come up like, what if we do Factorio in first person? Oh, it plays, you know, different or whatever, and it just becomes this big artist created world that is really fun to inhabit and has like really great vistas, and you can build stuff in so many different places and ways, and the complexity. Like, you can get to the end of the game by just barely touching your foot into the most complex parts of the game. still get the same out of it, like to get the same overall experience. I'm really appreciative of dev studios that do that. Where they play a game that you can tell they made so that they can play it and enjoy it. Coffee Stain Studios, I think this and Goat Simulator are the only games they've made, but they've published some of the best games, like the best indie games that have come out in the last 5 to 10 years have come from that publishing studio, because they know what to look out for, and they kind of like know what's good in their sphere, what people like, or they've just got their finger on the pulse of, you know, obsessive fun gamers. Like, if I think back to the indie games in the last couple years that I've had a crazy like obsession time with, a good number of them are actually Coffee Stain Studios published games. Deep Rock Galactic. I played that for a long time with a bunch of friends. A lot of fun. And then, what happened? Oh, and then my wife tried it, and she really got into it. She got crazy into it. Really enjoyed it. It was like, you know, hours and hours ahead of me in the game. And so me and her played a bunch of Deep Rock Galactic. I want to say like 6 months ago. Oh, Sanctum too. That's right. I remember. Yeah. That was way back. But yeah, that's a good point. I totally forgot about Sanctum. But like Deep Rock Galactic, me and the wife played every hour she was back from work. We would play Deep Rock, because we would get home. She would get home from work, because I work from home. And she would get home from work and be like, Rock and Stone? Dwarfs? Want dwarfs? Want to do some dwarfs? And that was kind of our fun way to enjoy that game together, which was nice. I don't think I need leaves. I don't need leaves. Yeah. And then Valheim. Valheim was such a banger, is such a banger of a game. They which is made by, I think it's called Iron Horse Studios, but published by Coffee Stain. It's so good. And even the Deep Rock Galactic, like Vampire Survivors like game, the kind of like weird roguelite was really fun too. Deep Rock Survivors, whatever it's called. Let's throw a Mayhem up. Rigger motor or steel motor? Don't want either of those. Steel canister I actually like, so I may actually use that at some point. Yeah, I liked Sanctum too. That's a good point though. I forgot that they produced it. And I know they hit it big with Goat Simulator. That was their first big hit, I guess I should have said, rather than their first game or one of their only other games. And I think there was a Sanctum 2 as well. I think I have that in my Steam library. I like Sanctum a lot. No, I meant I like Valheim a lot. I didn't play as much Sanctum as I should have. But I think when I got it, I wasn't, like, my brain wasn't in a tower defense mode at the moment. I think I might have still been like playing Valorant with a bunch of friends before I realized how much I hated games like that. No, that's not right to say. I don't hate Valorant. I hate Valorant with other people I don't know. I actually really like Valorant with people I like. but like, playing with randoms is a nightmare. Okay, that guy's dead. And then I went on like a 3-year kick where I played just a frankly horrifying amount of Escape from Tarkov. That game was my sole obsession for probably 2 years straight. I did, yeah, I opened it. That's a suggested rock. We'll see in a bit in their fighting. Have a good walk. Let me. Summer's the goodness. Alright, I'm gonna put the object scanner away. We'll put this away. I don't need these guys. I guess I don't really need sulfur on hand. Put a stack of those away.
I have a question. Can you explain what a temple is? I think I like.
Yeah, Escape from Tarkov is. It's a bummer that they messed it up so bad in the last like 6 to 8 months. Grab all these bits and bobs. Fire for good measure, a little bit of rubber, some more squishy bits. I actually don't need stators really. Ow! What? This way. Computers, I guess I can put away pretty safely. These are fine. This away. I actually don't like regular fuel for the jetpack. Not good. Compared to the biofuel, it's just not good. Dimensional Depot added so much to the exploration aspect of this game. No, the audio is the one thing I'm like trying to fix on the stream, honestly. Is that better? Sometimes I like adjust in my seat and end up further away from my mic than I want to be.
Play for us.
Yeah, the audio is the last thing I really need to fix. Like, even if you go back to my VODs and look at the oldest one available, and I'm not asking you to watch the VODs, like that's just pointless, and I was still figuring out how to stream. But I just started streaming 10 days ago, 9 days ago. Can you not hit me? Bugs. Where?
Listen to the rhythm.
Okay, now I can talk. Stop hitting me, bugs. I just started streaming 9 days ago, and as I'm sure you mentioned that you also have ADHD, as I'm sure you know, you decide to do something, and if it attaches to the right receptors in your brain, you get obsessed about it. So I found myself, when I wasn't streaming, just
Look through the window.
watching videos and reading a bunch of stuff and like learning how to improve all the technical aspects and all that. And even just from that first stream to this one, I got the video quality, I think, up 300% or something, a whole lot better out of changing a lot of things and tweaking some settings and downloading some software. The game quality is a whole lot better. I made the goofy mistake of, not goofy, I made the instinctive thought, because I like to watch streams at 1440p. I thought, oh, I'll just stream at 1440p because I have 1, the technical know-how, 2, the setup, I've got the setup for it, and 3, the internet here in Tokyo is exceptional. I have 400 megs up and like 900 megs down consistently all the time. So I always have good, really good internet. So I was like, oh, I'll just stream it like high quality, so if anybody wants to watch, they can just change the little quality slider if they can't support, you know, if they buffer or whatever. A couple of things: if you're not an affiliate, your viewers don't get that little slider. So people who would watch me would be stuck at 1440p. On top of that, Twitch's incoming bitrate is limited to make 1440p basically impossible until you are like a higher end partner, like multiple hundreds of viewers. So I'm like basically streaming gross buffering blocky low bitrate nonsense, and I'm not paying attention to the stream, so I think that it's going really well, but I'm just like learning how to do stuff. Like I need to learn how to be entertaining. I need to learn how to be, you know, maybe find games that people want to watch. I won't be doing that because I just like to play the games I want to play. But I was like, all the technical aspects of the stream I was really focused on, and I've improved a lot. Audio is the one thing I'm having a really difficult time improving. Every time I listen back, I hate it. 1, because I'm human and I hate the sound of my own voice, but 2, because it sounds to me like not echoey, not tinny, but like harsher than I would think my own voice normally sounds, I guess. Like it sounds very artificially in like, it sounds like I'm talking through like a webcam mic, like a really bad, you know, webcam mic, but with slightly higher quality, even though I have like a compressor mic and everything, and I've got all the settings set up and everything. But it's very likely that I just have like a worse quality mic than I thought I would have, despite getting a well-reviewed one. I think it was like 7,000 yen or something. I'll put these novelisks away because I really never use gas novelisks. So over the next couple of days / weeks, I'm going to be working on improving the audio quality, just so it's clearer. I'm not looking to like my own voice, because like I said, as humans, we tend not to like our own voices. It's like very uncanny valley, right? Like we hear our voices from inside our own heads. So when we hear it back externally, we recognize it, but only similar. Yeah, like it's just similar enough to be really confusing. I'm already getting a little bit more used to it because, you know, I watch back a good amount of my streams and make sure that everything's going well and sounds good, looks good, the quality doesn't get destroyed by Twitch's ingest servers, etc. All right. I mean, maybe it's like the play. I don't know. Maybe it's the playback on it. I don't know. Okay. Then yeah, I guess I'll have to ask my wife then as well, because like I said, I have a good mic. I've got good tech for everything. I have all the settings. Okay, cool. Yeah. It was probably because I adjusted where I was sitting and I went like 6 inches further from the mic, which is something else I need to be cognizant of if I'm going to be, you know, streaming. Why am I still... Do this. There we go. But no matter what, my goal is to just improve the quality of the stream. Just use the boom mic like a fidget toy. Does that work better? I hope that wasn't too loud. I was just trying to be dramatic. But yeah, the mic. Oh no. Oh no, I've made a horrible misjudgment. Got me laughing over here. I think I need to get a pop filter. I think is one thing I definitely need to do, just so that as everybody says, the plosives aren't so noticeable. Like P's and T's don't blow air directly into the mic. The one thing that I wanted to make sure I didn't do though, because I have friends who've done this, who decided, you know, I am gonna be a streamer. And they buy all the gear, they buy all the setup, they pay an artist or they are artists and they spend hours and hours and hours making like emotes and everything, like all that stuff, banners and an about me section and like all this. They work so hard on everything, and then they can't get over that initial like streaming to 0 viewers hump that you run into, that I think a lot of people run into. I did too for the first couple days. No, stop being there. And it all goes to waste. Like it's a bunch of time and energy spent on the idea of setting out to be a streamer, and as a result getting really demotivated when all your work is kind of for naught. Or not for naught, like if they'd stuck with it or maintained a level of consistency, they wouldn't have run into, like, they might have worked out. But for me, something I feel like I'm pretty good at in my personal life is realistic goals and iterative planning. Like I recognize that I have like an obsessive, addictive personality. So I know that if I just was like, I'm gonna be a streamer, and I definitely could put a ton of time and energy and money into setting up a stream and all this stuff, and then like if it didn't work out, I would get really disheartened, and the dopamine wouldn't flow, and then I wouldn't be motivated to do anything about it. But over the last couple of years, I've been getting better personally about setting realistic, achievable goals for things that I want to do, and then working towards them in an iterative way, not in a obsessive, addictive way like I would in the past. So working on, doing this, I told myself my goal as starting out streaming, my goal is just going to be to maintain consistency for like 2 months. Set a schedule before I do anything. Decide on a schedule, and then stick to that schedule. Treat it like it's a job. Stick to the schedule, and maintain consistency. Don't miss a day of work, as it were. It's not a job right now. Maybe it will be someday, but right now it's more or less a way for me to chat with people while I game, which is as a lot of my friends become more busy with their lives, and I was basically spoiled rotten by the pandemic because I'm like an introvert who lives 6,000 miles away from all my real life friends. So suddenly everybody's forced to stay inside on Discord and hang out. The pandemic was its own number of problems, obviously, but for somebody like me, it opened up a whole lot of additional social time that I didn't realize I was missing, like while I was gaming. It's actually a pretty, all things considered, it is a pretty boring story. I was basically managing a game store. Me and a friend were kind of like business partners running a game store in the Seattle area in Washington, in the US. And my wife worked at a school, so we had summers off. And our third summer, we were both making okay money, and we both had a lot of this free time available. And in the summers, I had a good amount of like vacation time I could use, because my partner is a super awesome dude who where's my, oh, I'm going the wrong way. Who basically was like, oh, fucking spiders. No spiders. Who's basically told me, look, if you want to take vacation, I'm still going to pay you, because we're running a store together, and he owns it, and I'm managing it, and he's like, I'm not gonna make you like work yourself to the bone like I do to myself. So yeah, I told him like I want to take a couple weeks and go do something with my wife. We were looking at tickets. We were looking at flights together one evening. And we decided on, I think we decided on Italy initially. We decided on Italy, and then we kind of thought, actually, separately, we've both been to Italy. So let's pick a different country. Let's go somewhere else. We'll do we had like 15 days off basically, so we're gonna do Italy. It's okay. No, we don't want to do Italy. We've already both been to Italy, so let's pick something else. okay, well, we decided on then we decided on Spain. We'd both done Spain separately, so we kind of like we're like, man, we don't really want to sit on the beaches, you know, and just like drink wine and eat tapas. Like that's not really our vibe. So I was at work. There were no people in the card store at that time, and I was like looking at deals, like travel deals on, I think it was Travelocity or Orbitz or one of those. One of the oh, big radioactive monster. No, thank you. And there was a crazy deal on Tokyo, and where is it's all over there. Okay. Oh god, the big spiders. Oh no, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm out of here. And without consulting my wife, which a girlfriend at the time, without consulting her, because I didn't want to miss out on the deal, I bought airfare and hotel because I'd taken Japanese in like middle school, 10 years prior, like middle and high school, and I bought the tickets, and then I messaged her like, "Hey, what do you think about Tokyo? Wouldn't that be fun?" She's like, "I don't know anything about it, but I guess." And I was like, "I'm glad you feel that way because I just bought the tickets." And she was like, "Oh, okay." And we ended up going for 19 days. That was the best way to get the best deal because the hotel was practically free. With the like bundle deal, it was 2,600 USD for 2 people, full airfare, and full hotel for 19 days. Only $2,600. So it's $1,300 each, when airfare by itself was like $1,500 or something crazy. So we did 19 days in Tokyo, loved it, absolutely loved everything about it. It was fantastic. We really enjoyed it. We got back from our trip, couldn't stop talking about it. Really enjoyed Tokyo, had a lot of fun. And then the next year came about, and we were like, "Oh, where should we go now?" So we looked at a bunch of different places. We were like, "Oh, maybe we can go to Australia. That would be fun." We haven't been. Neither of us have been to Australia. And then we looked at the prices, and flying to Australia was crazy expensive. So we're like, okay, maybe we'll hold off on Australia until like it's a little cheaper to go there, or it's a better time of year or something. And then we settled on New Zealand because we found another travel deal. It was really inexpensive. So I was going to book the flights to New Zealand, and I was like, what? Classic mid-20s at the time, late 20s at the time. We're not going to talk about that. Late 20s at the time, hyper geek, super nerd. I was like, oh man, I would love to go see, all the Lord of the Rings stuff. What else is there to do in New Orleans? Not New Orleans. New Zealand. So we started looking into it. Oh, you can go zip lining over these canyons. And me and my wife were like, nah, that's definitely not our vibe. Oh, you can go like hiking in these crazy mountains with this. No, that's 100% not our vibe. Like, it turns out New Zealand is like an adventure tourism place, like an outdoor tourist stuff. So we kind of just 3 weeks before the trip, we're like, what if we go back to Japan? Welcome back, Nerd Fighting. I was like, what if we go back to Japan, but because we liked it so much, but we do Kyoto as well instead of just Tokyo, because we did 19 days all in Tokyo before. So okay, so we booked the trip, and this time we were 22 days in Japan, nearly an entire month. Really enjoyed it. Kyoto was fantastic. We did, I think, 10 of those days were in Kyoto. Fantastic. At the end of that trip, I was working at Microsoft at the time. At the end of that trip, I said, I told my wife, like, look, in a year, I want to live in this country. So by next summer, I want to be in a place where we move here. Whether that's permanent or not, or whether I just want to experience, because I'd grown up my entire adult life in the Seattle area, and I was kind of so accustomed to that. So we ended up our lease ended kind of around the time we were about to move. I had spent the entire year saving up every single penny we had, and yeah, we just, at the end of the year after our trip to Kyoto, we applied for and were accepted to language school here in Japan to learn Japanese, because that's the easiest way as an American to get a visa to like live here for any amount of time under 2 years. So we applied, we got accepted, and then sold all of our stuff and moved here. Just like a month before I turned 30, just like I quit my job and we moved here and took Japanese classes, and that's how we got our visa and stuff. And that was 7 years ago now. I've been here for 7, almost 8 years. I know it's a long story, but that's awesome. Okay, I've said that exact line to so many people not to sound like a weeb. And then so many of my friends will just be like, you can't say that. You up and moved to Japan. And I'm like, yeah, but I did it because I like the language and the history, and I'm not like into anime. And they're like, you literally decided to go be a Japanese like in Japan. I was like, I don't want to agree with you, but legally something. Yeah, exactly, nerds. You're the paragon of jockdom, right? Nerd fighting? You're in here to give all of us wedgies. You are the most him of any him could ever hymn. The hymnest of the hymns. That's what they call him. Rubber. I'm out of rubber. Cousin is half Japanese. You were like 4 the first time we tried sukiyaki. Oh man, sukiyaki's great. The funny thing about sukiyaki is it's basically McDonald's here. It's basically just fast food. But it's so simple and perfect. Sukiyaki's fantastic. I did 6 weeks in Sweden. 7, 8 years ago now. Yeah, I did a bunch of time in Sweden. Wasn't a huge fan. And then the trip ended with me being deported from Britain back into Sweden. But, that's a story for another time. Got to spend an evening in a detention facility with a bunch of Somalians. It was fun. Yeah, Zors, I imagine it's a lot more difficult with, you know, when you said you had a kid. So I imagine moving anywhere, uprooting your life is a little bit more difficult when you have like a family you gotta stick around with. I need to get rubber. Okay. Yes, it absolutely is, Arna. 100%. Gyudon is fantastic. It's also gyudon and sukiyaki are pretty similar. Um, the like beef bowls. Like when Kilker was out here, Kilker's one of the friends of mine. When Kilker was out here, because him and his partner came and visited. I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, and they stayed for about a week and a half, maybe 10 days. When they were out here, Kilker and I would go out to, 4 a.m. gyudon when the thing hit, when the jet lag hit and he couldn't sleep. So it would be 4 a.m. His partner would be asleep in the room he's staying in. My partner would be asleep in the room I'm staying in, but I have uncontrollable and violent insomnia, and he's got crazy jet lag from the flight and everything. And he messages me like from 10 feet away through the paper walls. He messages me, "Hey, are you awake right now?" And I message back like, "Yeah." And he's like, 4 a.m. beef bowls? And I didn't even respond. I just got up and got dressed and got out the door. And then we walked 6 blocks at like 4 a.m. And that's where he got to experience like Japanese businessman culture, because it's 4 a.m. It's like 3:30 a.m., 4 in the morning, and we're at a beef bowl restaurant that's a 24-hour place, and there is a guy in a business suit drinking like a tall boy highball, like whiskey, at 3:30 in the morning, eating a beef bowl, looking like the most dejected person I've ever seen in my entire life. It is. There's, you like a lot of it's funny. A lot of the people who I know who've moved here, like other foreigners, basically, there's communities of like expats who move here, and if you've ever been on the internet, you recognize that there's a certain subset of people who want to move to Japan, and they have a very specific idea of what Japan is. And it's part that, but it mostly isn't that. It's mostly just a clean, nearly crimeless, mostly selfless country of warm, mildly accidentally xenophobic people. And I xenophobic is like the wrong word, but they just, the best way to put it is to give the example of like, I'm a big old white guy in Tokyo. Yeah, you did, Nerd Fighting, you did. I'm a big old white guy in Tokyo. I've lived here for 8 years. I can speak a decent amount of Japanese. I'm not fluent by any means. I wish I was. I should be. But, yeah, I have focus problems. and motivation issues, but I still, when I go to a restaurant and introduce myself and get our table and ask for the menu in Japanese, I still get given an English menu when I sit down at a restaurant, and I still get spoken to in very broken English when the exact same thing in Japanese I would understand perfectly. But a big part of it is they don't know, like they don't experience foreigners that aren't tourists. It doesn't happen. It's less than 0.1% of foreign residents here. I am very white. That's true. It's like less than 0.1% of foreign residents here are from Western or Caucasian population countries. So like 98% of everybody in Japan is ethnically Japanese. Like they were born, raised, both their parents are 100% full-blooded Japanese, and like 98% of those people. And then of the 2%, 90% of them are some other kind of Asian. Southeast Asian or Korean or Chinese, Indian, stuff like that. And then of like 10% of that, 98% is white people. Like I very regularly when my wife and I go out, I'll get kids pointing at me because they don't understand what a beard is. Like they'll I see them tug on their parents, their parents' sleeve and just point up at me, and like stare wide-eyed because like they're not used to seeing people with a lot of hair on their face. Okay, versatile frameworks. What do we got here? We're not making enough of these because we're not enough steel beams. These away, put these away, this away, these away. Everything was very overpriced, which shouldn't be a reason to not like, not like a place. But for me, everything was overpriced. Everybody I came across, everybody who I met, and this very well could be because I was coming off the back of 10 days in Rome. Everybody I met was really, I hesitate to say mean, but like disinterested in anything. Like I learned how to count to 10 in Swedish, and I learned a couple of words. I learned how to order coffee, and I went to a cafe and I tried to order in my pretty bad broken Swedish because I was like trying to have fun experiencing being out of the US basically for the first time. Like I'd never left the US until I did my Europe trip, and everybody was just like, we all speak English, stop, just don't. And I was like, man, I get that you all speak English, but like let me have a little fun here. I mean, they just didn't. People wanted nothing to do with it. Yeah, and I can understand it, right? Like kind of, I can kind of understand it, but yeah, people just feel a little cold and indifferent. It was like, and everybody was too attractive. Like it was not okay. Like everybody was way too attractive. Just like it was all 9s and 10s. Just like pepper 5s and 6s on the streets. Like just a little bit, just to make it a little bit more like approachable. You guys are, it's wild. It's illegal. But also, what food I had was not good. I tried a bunch of stuff and I had a real bad time with the food. Yeah, I had the same experience when I was in Germany as well. People are very similar, but yeah, I went to Germany a whole lot later, like after, because this was my first time in Europe. I didn't know. It sounds so dumb, but I didn't know other cultures were a thing. Really, I was like, I get that other people exist and other cultures exist, but my brain couldn't process, you know, a very like non-individualistic view where people just want to, you know, be... People don't want to deal with it. I get it. But again, one of the main problems is you guys are way too hot. As a people. It's very off-putting. But yeah, I did, and the food, I didn't really like the food. It was overpriced. Again, I'm, you know, as a foreigner, and I was only going to restaurants, like I wasn't cooking at home or anything, but it was very overpriced for some pretty mediocre stuff. There were a couple restaurants we went to regularly. I went to a Euro place and didn't have a good time, like bad kebab. I had a couple of burgers occasionally, didn't enjoy. And it's very well could be that, like, I didn't like... The food wasn't to my liking, to my taste, because, you know, I'm a weird American, but... Another big part of it was for 6 weeks, I was in a little fishing village, like, out on the coast, like 3 hours from Stockholm. For an event, and the event sucked the entire time. I had a bad time for the whole time at the event, like all 6 weeks. I was a driver for the event as well. The best time I had in Sweden was when I got to borrow the Skoda car and drive to Stockholm and like find my own stuff to do. Yeah. Something about, you know, eating rotten buried shark, not my jam. And again, I had gotten to Sweden via Spain and Italy. So I'd spent 10 days, eating my weight in pasta and delicious Italian food and drinking wine and having like amazing espresso every morning for breakfast with a croissant and everything, like just having like a great Italian morning coffee experience. It was so nice and relaxing. And then we did like a day in Spain, and we had like wine and tapas, and we hung out, and it was like, and then I get to Sweden, and it's kind of cold, and it's sort of, the food isn't really like exciting or interesting. Everybody doesn't want me to try and speak their language, which I spent like 2 weeks on, you know, Duolingo learning the basics or whatever, and like nobody wants to like help me. The event I'm at isn't very fun. Like the whole thing, it just wasn't my jam. It was an eye of the storm of all the things that made the trip not very pleasant for me. But yeah, at this point, I like the food here in Japan quite a bit. I think it's really good. I'm not a big fish person, so there's a big segment of the food here that I have a little bit of difficulty with. It's better here than it was in the States, though. Like, I couldn't do sushi in the States, but I have sushi occasionally with friends here. But if you want the best food in the world, in my opinion is what the best food in the world is. And it's gonna sound really weird considering I've eaten at like I had a buddy who was friends with the owner of this crazy fancy like Michelin star restaurant in France and stuff, like one of those types of places. We had like escargot and you know, this $500 bottle of wine and all this stuff. So I've done a lot of that. I've eaten, you know, in different Middle Eastern places, in Abu Dhabi, and you know, obviously spent a bunch of time here in Japan, and I had some Germans show me around, you know, eating food in Germany. I did Italy, and I did Spain and Sweden. I've been nearly everywhere there is to go in the United States. Before I left the US, I think I traveled to 47 of the 50 states, and I'd spent an amount of time in most of them. Okay, so the modular engine's done. So I want to change the recipe. Adaptive control. The best food, in my opinion, in the world is in New Orleans, Louisiana. In the US, the southern United States, in New Orleans. Unbeatable. It's so good. I've been back to New Orleans. Oh man, how many times now? I think I've been a total of like 6 or 7 times. At least 2 of the trips were just food. Oh, it's, yeah, I have been saying that at least a day. The food in New Orleans is so good, and it's so varied, and it's so flavorful, and every restaurant, from the giant chains down to the tiny hole in the wall places, everybody puts so much like love and energy into their food. It's so good. It's can't be beaten. It really can't. Yes, New Orleans, 100%. You have to stop and eat it in New Orleans. Pizza in New York, obviously. Oh, you will. Don't worry. So, you know, you can call it a going out trip, as it were. Every European I've ever taken or shown around some part of America, and they're like, ooh, I want to try the fast food. It takes like 1 trip, and they're like, I don't want to try the fast food anymore. I'm good. I'm set. I'm good. I was with my former boss. We were on a work trip to Seattle 3 years ago now? 2 years? And it was his first time in the States. He's German. He was like incredibly German, but had lived in Japan for 10 years. And we get in and we have a meeting. I pick him up at the airport and we have a meeting 4 hours after his 4 hours after he lands. So we got to get ready for this meeting. We're prepping the presentation for the meeting and talking about everything. And he's like, "Oh man, I really need to eat something." And I was like, "We don't have a lot of time to like go find a place. We got to like stay here." And we were in Renton at the time. And he was like, "Oh look, there's a Chili's." I was like, "Yeah, let's go to a Chili's. Sure, let's do it. You get the authentic American experience." He was like, he ordered an appetizer plate of nachos and then ordered his entree and was like, why wouldn't they bring the appetizer first? And then realized that the nacho plate wasn't his entree, it was the appetizer. And he's like, "Oh my god, this is so much. What is happening? So much food." And it's like, you're in America, man. We don't fuck around. It's just that is how it be. It do be how it be. Trying to build these things. Automated wiring, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and computers. So it's 1-to-1. So 2 computers makes one makes that. If I take this out, it's only 1. So it's 2-to-1. So now it's 1-to-1 and 1-to-2. So I need 100 computers, 50 heavy modular frames. Have to do this. Adaptive control unit 100, HMF 50. New York slice is great. Deep dish is also great, but is not the same as a New York slice pizza. People like to compare them as like you're comparing pizza to other pizza. No, you're comparing pizza to cake. Diner breakfasts are for when you are completely shit-faced at 2 in the morning. They are not for a perfectly sober person. And if you're perfectly sober when you try them, my condolences to your insides, probably. My guess. My 50. I need circuit boards. 5 circuit boards for 2. So it's 2.5 per. So I need 250 circuit boards. And automated wiring. 25 times 5. 125. Okay, that should be easy enough. But the food, I mean, honestly, the food in the States is great. It is truly a melting pot of stuff to eat. I think it's pretty sad, honestly, most of the time how a lot of Americans, it's very uncommon for an American not to have a passport. Or it's very common for an American to not have a passport. I think it's like 50% of all Americans don't have their passports. Or have never left, and then there's a big chunk that have never left their home state. And there's so much to see and do in the States. It's great. There's a lot to avoid, and the US is a horrifying hellscape for most people. Particularly those of non-white descent, which sucks, but yeah, there's a lot to dislike about the U.S. There's a lot to dislike about living in the U.S. Yes, perfect, exactly right. You never live there. Yeah, precisely correct. Eat the food. That's the way to do it. So. My recommendations, and it's all going to sound so weird because it's recommendations for non-American food to eat in America. Yes. You've got the right idea, man. Well, that's the way to go. When you go to California, eat Mexican food. it's the bomb. It's the best thing. It's tacos. I would kick a baby right now for tacos. Like you can't get any of the requisite ingredients or stuff or know-how here in Japan for good Mexican food. I miss tacos so bad. Every time I go back, I gorge myself on whatever Mexican food I can get my hands on. So in California, Mexican food, very important. New Orleans, everything. Just eat everything. Yeah. Yeah. American Indian is great, especially because it's so many. Same with American Mexican is like it's made by immigrants who are trying to make food that appeals to people who eat a lot. So yeah, American Indian and American Mexican are both great. I would say in California, eat Mexican food, or in Vegas. If you're in Vegas, there's a few places you can go in Vegas that make a mean taco. Absolutely just fantastic, amazing food in Vegas if you know where to look. So any automated wiring into circuit board, 250 circuit boards. That should be easy enough. I'm trying to think of the other places you would go. Avoid the states that are mostly flat or that are on the east side of the Rocky Mountains, which is like the western Appalachia. So like don't go to like Montana, Wyoming, Idaho. Where else? Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. Chicago's in Illinois, so you definitely go there for the deep dish. Minneapolis or Minnesota is another example of a place that I would generally advise not going to. But, you know. Oh, what am I need to empty these first. Oh, interesting. So it's like 6 people, right? Because like who would leave Sweden and move to the US on purpose? Like I didn't like Sweden, but I imagine it's better to live there than living in the US. And I fully recognize that I probably didn't like Sweden because I was a young American with certain ideas. Oh, interesting. Oh, for like like the auto boom, right? Like the Ford auto factory boom and stuff. I didn't know about that, about the history. I didn't know it was a big Swedish exodus. That is really surprising. Because it was in Detroit, Michigan, where all that kind of went down. Not Minnesota, but Michigan and Minnesota are like practically right next to each other. Okay, so I need automated wiring. Which does not need that. Need an assembler. Action assembler will do my stuff away. Assembler. No. Oh, I didn't know that at all. I consider myself like a history buff too. That's pretty cool. That's interesting. I had no idea. It's cool. I mean, it's not cool that there was a famine. It's cool information to learn when you're streaming a factory video game. Not something I expected. Um, 1840-50, a lot of Swedish farmers had to leave for the U.S. Free land. I mean, there's a lot of land in the U.S., so that kind of checks out. Yeah, I know, right? The amount of strange, weird trivia I have locked in my brain when somebody brings up some assorted fact is wild. Okay, so stators and cables. I didn't want that. I still don't want that. Thank you. Yeah, no, I want the zoop. Yeah, very, very interesting. Let's go like this. Was that a movie about that Exodus, or? So, hold on. I want... So this is now feeding into both of those. And I want... Well, I want to do this. I'm gonna check out what that movie is in just a second. Give me but a mere moment to figure out how this hooks up. That's what to do it like that. There we go. So I want the automated wiring. I guess I don't care about... Well, hold on. I don't need this here right now. So I can, at the very least, duplicate, like loop these. Oh, so it's like, it's a Swedish based. It's not like the weird Americans take on it. Because that's what I would expect most of the time for stuff like that. Like how we heroically gave up our farming land so that the Swedes could survive, and then... Cables. I have been... This is just a splitter. What? It's not even a... smart splitter. I've been thinking that this has been making me cables this entire time. But nope, it was never even hooked up. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, we'll grab a bunch of cables. I'm gonna put the resources in this box, because if I don't, I'll forget and lose my train of thought and forget what I'm doing. Stators. Where am I making stator? Oh, the motor factory. That's right. I don't think I'm just making stators raw. And I think I am making them nearly 100% efficient, so there's not a whole lot of leftover. There's not a backed up line of these. Yeah, that one's not even... Ooh. Only 300. Lot ain't much. Stators. The immigrants. Nominated for 5 Oscars? Is this just a weird... How have I never heard about this movie? Oh, sorry. Like, there's plenty of, Oscar-winning, Academy Award-winning movies that I've never seen. But it's so rare for me to see one that I've never even heard of. Small rural village in Sweden. That's wild. I have to check that out. Is the remake any good? What? Automated wiring. Circuit boards. So I want to put ports away for good measure, in case. Fabric. Solid biofuel. Actually, I can just get rid of solid biofuel. I have plenty of it. The control rods I can probably get rid of. High-speed connectors. And then these heat sinks. I don't need caterium ingots. probably made enough of the automated wiring at this point because I only need 25. Did I need 125? 5 of them for every 2. So 25 is just for 10. So I need 250. This is why I'm not allowed to math only once and not double check my work. Sadly, because I'm not making heavy modular frames or computers yet. And just set up the shipping lanes for the plastic. These are still being crafted, that's fine. I'm just gonna buy out those 2. And probably the circuit boards too, because they're very cheap. I could handcraft them. They're pretty fast to craft, I think. Need how many? 250? And I have 86. Oh, they're not fast to craft, never mind. So, I'm gonna check real quick. I'm gonna take a look at the... I'm gonna go in this room because I need to actually... There we go, check the sink. 26 coupons. Alright. Alright, here we go. Parts. I need to buy 2 stacks of computers. No. I need 100 computers. I have 35, so I need 2 stacks of computers. Here we go. I added it to 3. I need 50 heavy modular frames, so that's 1 stack. So I only gotta buy the 1. And then these are 200, and I have 35, and I need 250. Buy 1 stack of that.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
Man, I told myself too, I was like, I'm gonna build a mega factory, and for this playthrough, because I think I'm on my like 6th playthrough for this game, I'm not gonna build promotion delay. Yep. Ada is... The 1.0 update to this game made Ada really sassy, and it's fantastic. It's funny too, because there's actually a, I think they use a computerized voice generator for Ada, and I think on their website they give you access to it. So I think you can make her say whatever you want within reason. So maybe I could... my plan is not to be a Satisfactory channel. And I'm really hesitant to use the word variety streamer because like variety, I've followed a handful of them and they always play like a new game every week and it drives me insane. So I'm like, just play the same game once for like longer than a week, please. Cause I want to see more of it. But my plan, it would still be fun to have like a sound alert that had some kind of goofy stuff for Ada to say. Maybe that'll be one of my early sound alerts I'll add for like channel point redeems. Because I know I need to make a handful of emotes and redeems and stuff so people can hang out and have fun and enjoy it. I want people to have fun. But yeah, no, Ada is... she's so sassy. It's great. I'm a big fan. Okay. So what I need to do is put the circuit boards here. And then the last thing is the heavy modular frames. But I don't want to produce in this machine until the loops are available. So I've made 50, 100, 150, 150 automated wiring. I probably don't need these duplicated anymore. I have enough of the raw resources. So then we'll stick to adding one stack of the modular frames, but this time not be dumb about it and add it to the right box. I like to handcraft for the phase upgrades, or like handcraft air quotes, just because it can be a little faster, I guess. Because you don't need a full production system for versatile frameworks. You do eventually, but you just like to get to the next phase, you don't need it. Alright, so now I am short... what am I short of? Steel again? Is that what it is? Yep. We'll pick up some more steel. Honestly, the thing I'm enjoying most about streaming, getting into streaming, deciding to like be a streamer, if that's a way to put it, it's, again, it always feels so disingenuous when you like pre-plan, I don't know. Yeah. The thing that's been best for me is having a consistent schedule, because, and my wife will attest to this, my sleep schedule is horrifying. And not only is my sleep schedule horrifying, it is wholly ruled by how my brain decides to work that day or whatever. So sometimes she'll wake up at 8 or 9 in the morning to get ready for work, and I'm still up. And sometimes she'll get home from work at 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. whenever she gets home. Yeah. I feel the same way, man. Like, who wants to watch this? But, you know, I like having people around to... It was being spoiled from COVID for me, honestly. Is the global pandemic kept everybody inside, and me and like 15 of my friends were all in the same Discord every day from like 9 a.m. to what was my 5 p.m. Hanging out, and people were like, "Oh, I'm doing work, so I'm just hanging out and chatting with you guys." Can somebody put a game on? Somebody playing games that they can stream to us? And I found myself really enjoying doing that. Like, I'd launch a few raids of Tarkov, or I'd be playing Oxygen Not Included, and my colonists would piss themselves to death, and like, you know, just weird stuff like that. And people found it really amusing and interesting, and we got to like hang out. And I really, when when the pandemic basically ended, I started to really miss that. Like, that ability to hang out with my buddies in Discord and just play games with each other. Because, like, not everybody has the mental bandwidth to start a game. Because, like, sometimes you'll just sit, you know, with choice paralysis in your Steam library. Like, what do I play? And then other times people are working, or, you know, they don't have the ability to play games, but they have the ability to hang out. And I appreciate that. So, and it took me a good year to decide to do it. There's that, like, that little button for go live is terrifying. You're putting yourself out there, and you gotta try and be interesting when it feels really like conceited to say, I'm interesting enough for people to watch me play games, when really it's just about wanting to play games that aren't multiplayer with people. Like, Satisfactory is multiplayer, obviously, but not obviously, but it has a multiplayer element to it. But so much of what you do in Satisfactory in multiplayer, because I played a couple of times multiplayer, is you build your own separate factories. You're like, I'm gonna work on iron plates, you work on you know, modular frames, and then we'll combine them to build the final product or whatever. And like, you run off and build your factory, I run off and build mine, because, you know, the resource nodes are limited access, and it becomes a collaborative single player game in a way, which is great. And I finally felt like streaming was a way to get that same vibe without that same you know, without having to be mad because my friends are busy with their real lives, or be, you know, disappointed that my friends are busy with their real lives, because that just doesn't make any sense. I'm happy that they're doing things that they love to do, and that their lives are pleasant. So, might as well reach out to the wider world, see who else would be like into the kind of obsessy games I'm into. Because this channel is going to be the weirdest, like, variety channel ever. People will show up, like the game I'm playing. I will play it for 3 weeks straight on stream, and then I will never touch it again because the dopamine hit isn't there anymore. And they'll be like, hey, are you going to play, you know, X again? I was like, maybe, if my, you know, my disorder decides it wants to. I'm at its whims. But I like to play games that have a lot of like random elements to them. I'm just waiting for phase 3 to finish at this point. Like random elements to them, but play similar. So something I streamed last night, like off schedule, that I do like to play is Elden Ring. But all the enemies and items are randomized throughout the game. So you'll walk into a boss room where the boss is normally supposed to be pretty easy, or you know how the boss works in that arena, and it's the last boss of the game, and you're like, oh, well, this sucks, and I'm gonna die. And I find that fun. I find it interesting, and like overcoming those challenges can be a fun way to play that type of game. Yeah. I like to play a lot of roguelike games that have randomized elements that have like a good replayability. So like I'll definitely play Hades 2 when that goes to full release, because I loved Hades 1. I played a bazillion hours of that when it first came out. I'm normally not big on first-person shooters. Oh, thanks, Arnar. Randomizer is so fun. It's such a really unique way to play the game. The and on top of it, like for the first 20 or something, I love Risk of Rain 2. I have 400 hours in Risk of Rain 2. I loved it. I'm so sad that the original developers are now at Valve, and the publishing studio took over the studio and released a DLC that practically ruined the game. Hyper bummer. I was really excited for that DLC until that happened. But Risk of Rain 2, yes, A+. And Risk of Rain, the new one, where they remastered Risk of Rain 1, was also really great. And I played that until I nearly 100%ed it. A game I absolutely love that has like random elements to it that is so, I think, underrated that I wish more people would play and get into. I just thinking about the game makes me want to like boot it up and play it right now. Is a game called Hardspace Shipbreaker. I love that game, and I know it's not for everybody. I loved Skull as well. Yeah, Skull was super fun. I 100%ed it until they added more achievements. The bastards. But Hardspace Shipbreaker, I love Hardspace Shipbreaker. Man, it's so fun. It's and it took me playing like 10 or 15 hours to recognize that it was a puzzle game, not like a ship salvaging game. You're trying to solve the puzzle of how do I not decompress myself into space. Like the algebra equation is solved for x, and x equals dying in the void of space. Or smashing your head on your own helmet and resetting your radio and dying as a result. Stuff like that. Hardspace is so good. I want more people to play that game. I want everybody who's heard of it, who loves space games, who like puzzles, to play Hardspace Shipbreaker. I'm a huge, massive fan of that game. I think it was Blackbird Interactive, I think, are the guys who made that, and they killed it, 100%. Button comes off of my shirt sometimes. I don't want to get Arner riled up any more than he already is. Yeah, Hardspace is great. Skull was a lot of fun. I'll probably end up playing a lot of games like that where I can like really dig my teeth in for a long time instead of like playing a new game every week. Or another thing that some streamers do that can like mess with my brain, you know, like it's not their own fault. Like they want to, people are welcome to play the games they want to play, obviously. Is they will play a game that is eerily similar to the game they're already playing, and they'll play them like side by side across 2 different days. So like, oh, today we're gonna play, you know, this survival crafter, and the next day we're gonna play a different survival crafter. It's like they're basically the same game but with like different skins on them. I just can't do that. I have a really difficult time. Like it's like trying to read 2 fantasy novels at the same time. Like how do you keep everything straight in your head? What was I coming over here for? It's not stators, cables. I need more cables. Pretty sure that's all the automated wiring I'm gonna need for this build. Yeah, 30 more. Yep, exactly right. Got plenty of the frames in there. I've got plenty of steel in here. So this should just kind of finish soon. Probably 10-15 minutes. One thing I am really bad about when I'm like really into a game like this is taking a break. I make a bad mistake about that. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad so that the pre-rolls come off for people. You know, mute the stream, do whatever, and then I'm gonna take a brief break, just to use the restroom, grab another drink. I will be right back. Let me do this the right way. This is the best way to take a break in this game. Grab a coffee. You stand on a train. Alright, I will be right back. Okay, I'm dead somehow? How did I get hit by my own train while I was standing on top of my train? Alright, we're gonna settle in here and do some investigative digging. Death crate. On the inn station. Was anybody watching and see how I died? I died right here. I will have to go back and watch the VOD. But phase 3 is complete. Set up the reverse plunger.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts.
Apparently,
Instead,
I am
will
more
be providing some interesting
acceptable,
facts.
more satisfactory to her
succeeds at
than a
saving the
monkey.
day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
Ada is an American business middle manager. We're a family, bro. Alright, we're gonna watch the fireworks.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above-average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable, the pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
Ada? Such a sass monster. With absolutely zero chill. Okay. So that is phase... Phase 3 done. So we're on to phase 4. I will probably be on phase 4 for a while. Phase 4 is kind of the first step towards the end of the game. There's some of the parts you need to make up in the objective. You'll see it up. Is this right? Or is this right? I forget what the... Nope, it's over there. So up here, you'll see in the phase 4, those parts need a lot. And very advanced stuff. The fourth one, for example, is called nuclear pasta. You need to build a particle accelerator. Then you need to put like a gazillion copper into it after you've smashed it all into copper dust. And then add something else? Dark matter crystals? Oh, fused frames. No. So you need like a nitrogen infused heavy modular frame, basically, and that's the nuclear pasta. But for now, we just want to unlock aluminum. Aluminum is the first like jump up, like big jump for phase 4. When you start producing aluminum, you get it's very quickly gets you a lot of access to the tier 5 belts, which compress your factories even more and give you a lot more throughput. It's great. So now I need to decide on where. No, I don't. Okay, for anyone who hasn't been watching the whole time or is just joining us, I've played Satisfactory a boatload, but I've never made a mega factory. I've never like coalesced everything into one place and done everything there. I always build like micro factories, like dotting the landscape and then kind of using trains to ship stuff. But now this time I want to build a giant does everything mega factory. My blueprint has these pillars and I hate the pillars now, so that's on me. So what I want to do, so I need to ship everything in here. Or maybe I'll just ship the aluminum. Maybe I'll ship the aluminum ingots in here? Because then I can use copper ingots here to make the plates. Or the casings, the plates. Well, either way, I can't do that until I actually turn in all the stuff I need for the next tier. So let's do that. I need 250. No, I don't need motors from here actually, now that I think about it. But I do need computers. 100 computers and 100 HMFs. $24. Did I put some coupons away? Exactly the number of coupons I needed? I'll take it. So then what we'll do... I need rubber. I have a bunch of extra motors over here from when I was building the modular engines. Three, four, five. I need all the rubber I can get. Do I have any here? No. Got to set up a depot for them. So I'm gonna do this, this, this. Rubber. Time to go grab some rubber. There we are. I will have to set this up as a proper shipping lane at some point soon. Because I'm gonna need plastic at the very least to make the computers that are in the computer factory in there. Also, whoops, oh. 100% intentional. Apparently I can't access my inventory while I'm in the truck. Out we go. I love it when pipes are all straight line. I mean, it's like something viscerally pleasant about that. 6, 8, 10. I do need, so I'm gonna put some rubber in my thing. Actually, hold on. We do the depot. Oh, I haven't built enough. These things? You should. That's the way to do it. We as fix-it pioneers, we do not waste. Also, why are you even taking a lunch? You know better. You're a fix-it pioneer. Hey, viewers. Wow. Just gonna ban that guy. That guy. Man. The cheapest viewers are free viewers. Not that I'm calling you guys cheap. But Arnar, maybe. Wait, this is... What am I doing? I need to do like this. Okay, and that puts plastic and rubber into my depot. Some of the ones I've found kind of funny is because like one of the metrics to increase your engagement and like please the algorithm is like chatting, right? Like chatters hanging out. Not that I expect anybody who's lurking to chat. That's not it. I bring that up because it's funny. I've gotten a couple of the metrics that Twitch tracks chatting to like graphic artists who want to sell their services. I'm guessing it's pretty common. I've heard a bit about it for like like some scammers to pretend to be graphic artists, and then they'll use like fully AI art, or they won't, do so. So that's, but they'll sit and they'll chat with you for a while, trying to get you, sold on it. And it's so funny. They're like, oh, add me on Discord. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna add you on Discord. Sorry, I don't add people. There's too much risk involved. Like, there are links and stuff that can take your, steal your Discord auth token. Like, I used to work in like application security, so we don't touch. I'm not gonna click on any links. I'm not gonna add you on Discord. I'm not gonna follow. Like, hang out on the stream. If you've got some art you want to show me, follow me on Instagram, because my Instagram's just like me and my wife eating Japanese food occasionally, and then like now it's more a couple of streaming things, like going to like Japanese festivals. But I'm like, follow me on Instagram. I will go to the account that follows me and look at your art if you want me to. Like, if you're actually trying to show me, real art, use a platform that doesn't involve direct messaging or anything. They get crazy quiet after that. One of them followed me with an account you had to follow back, and I was like, well, sorry, I mean, I guess I can't see your art. You're rough. Oh. Yeah, apparently it's pretty common. There's like everywhere. And I understand that fresh-faced, 0, 1, 2 viewer
Milestone reached.
Twitch
Bauxite
streamers
is refined into aluminum
are a
products
good target.
via
You shush, Ada. That like, people who aren't artists but want to stream, want to become content creators, and then somebody offers them a cheap emote pack or whatever, and then you send them the payment and never get your stuff, like never get anything, or you get like really generic AI stuff. I mean, I imagine, because like I've said before, I've had friends who dive headfirst into like streaming and content creating, not realizing that it's more of a consistency game than it is or at least I think is more of a consistency game than it is a if you have all the parts, it will happen no matter what. You gotta put in the work. So I've had friends who spent a ton of time and energy on getting their stream up and running, and just no dice. It doesn't work. Okay, so I want bauxite. Gonna do aluminum processing now. Before I do the HMFs, the heavy modular frames, I want to make sure that I have the Mark V belts. I think it's really important. So yeah, it's apparently a pretty common scam. Oh, of course it's in this death swamp. And up there, I think I've used this one before in another playthrough. I think it's on top of like the Scarlet Forest or whatever. So I guess I could... Where's the coal, actually? Because you need coal for the bauxite refinement. So if here is the bauxite, coal's right there, but I'm tapping the whole thing. I'm using it for power. More coal here, but there's a node I'm not touching over there. Or 2 nodes? So if I do just a shipment train from Murder Swamp capital of Murderville, USA. If I do just a train shipment of bauxite, dig it out of the ground, don't interact with the swamp at all because it's death and I hate it. Send it over here to coal, and there's water over here, and it'll get processed. I need quartz too, actually, because I need silica. So coal, bauxite. There's quartz up here at the top. I think like behind these rocks. Yep. I don't know if there's any quartz down in the south. Oh! So, I could do a train that picks up maybe like 2 cars of raw quartz, 2 cars of raw bauxite, drops it off near the coal and water, and then have the coastline be my aluminum production facility. And then when the fuel power expands to turbo fuel, I can cut back on using the coal over here. Alright, I think we got a game plan. Alright, game plan is first to stand here quietly on a machine because apparently the trains are death. And I'm going to run a quick 1-minute ad so that the pre-rolls go off. And I will be right... Oh wait, you know, I'm not going to be right, I'm just going to be traveling basically. But I'm going to run a quick pre-roll ad, so hang tight for those of you who aren't subbed. There we go. Alright. So this needs to start at the quartz. So I want to refine boundaries, refineries. What needs it? What changes? What do I need? It's just about complexity. It's not about you don't need any additional crazy resources for bauxite refinement. Right. Made in a refinery, and then the alumina solution goes into a refinery. And then that solution goes into another refinery, which makes scrap. And then the scrap goes into a foundry, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. So I actually don't need anything new. These are done. That's the last thing I need for the HMF factory. That needs like a gazillion screws. Why do I have so much rubber? Oh, I took down the... That's right. I remember why I have so much rubber. Does this use rubber? No. Just put the little the storage thing. I do need my rotors. I do need motors because refineries use motors. I'll bring the rubber just in case. Smart plating will stay right there. Definitely need screws. I definitely need these. Maybe... I have plenty of silica. Oh, what? I don't need more than what is available there. We'll put these guys in the cloud as well. Top up my biofuel. Why not? I need to actually pin... Oh, no, I have 6 hard drives. I need to pin the rifle ammo. So it's at the top. There we go. And then obelisks, I'll put in. Okay. And then I want to do man. And we'll just start getting some more hard drives. Cheap silica? Is that worth it? I'm going to hold on to this recipe in case there's limestone over where I'm going to be finding that. But that would be a really good way to boost the amount of silica, which will expand the maximum level I can get out of the aluminum factory. For those that don't know, you're playing the game and kind of learning stuff. You want to keep... Oops. In the MAM, when you're scanning like hard drives that you found, you scan these hard drives, takes 10 minutes, whatever. You get a bunch of recipes, and if they're kind of like middling recipes that you may want to use or maybe not, just leave them. While they're here, they can't be found again by other scanned hard drives. So you can't duplicate the available recipes to you. So while they're in here, like if I'm trying to find some good recipes, like alternate recipes, I don't want one of my hard drives to come up with this alternate automated speed wiring. So now that this is here, it won't, like, I have a better chance of finding the recipes I want, or that might be useful for the crafts I'm building. That's my tip of the day. Oh, the hover pack. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. That is going to cost 24 more tickets. It ain't happening. This is happening though. I need to grab more encased industrial beams. And then all clad. I have enough that I've found in the wild. That's perfect. Sending it off.
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt and lift Mark V. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
It is a good thing you're here, Ada. Yes, I agree. Ada is a good, not a robot, or not a lady. Also not a robot. There is limestone over here. Okay. So I could bring cheap... I could do cheap silica right here. And then ship the silica... Well... I still need quartz, I just don't need a lot of it now. Devraz, now I am fiddling with my mic all the time. You got it in my head. Alright, so the coal is right here. I'm actually gonna blow up all of this poison nonsense because I don't want to deal with it. Not even really hurting me, but... Excuse me? I didn't even hit the button. Early detonation. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's sulfur here too. I forgot about this sulfur. I could make an entire, like, secondary products mega factory over here. No, but there's no nitrogen. Well, we got sulfur, we got coal, plenty of water, which is really important. Whoa. Unnecessarily violent of you, my friend. Okay. Wait, there's 2 more coal nodes out here? I scanned for... That wasn't a scan for coal. I scanned for coal. And I got these nodes. Show me these nodes. My object scanner is not, and I didn't get these before. I got these, I got these. Okay. So the scanner can't be trusted. It is liar. I'm gonna rescan for quartz real quick. Just in case there's, like... Seriously. Alright. So I can put... Okay, so quartz is still 2 kilometers away, which is kind of what I expected, but it is what it is. It's in that forest. I remember those nodes. They're like all along the ground. I like to build, like, there's a plateau right above them. I like to put like a train station on. I've used that quartz node before. So I want to run just a straight line train all the way over here. It's gonna pick up... No, not all the way over here. It's from here into the swamp. Pick up bauxite. Oh, wait. What was the quality of these bauxite nodes? Normal, impure, and pure. So actually enough to run a pretty sizable aluminum factory. So, because aluminum does use a good amount of water and coal, I think what I'll do is I might just put the aluminum factory on the beach here, like on the water. Pipe the coal in from here. I'll be bringing in the... Yeah. I'm gonna need so much more concrete. But We have a game plan now. Rather than just make 1,200 or 2,000 screws a minute and then split them into 4 belts, I would much rather build another mega factory dedicated to aluminum refining so that I can use one less cluster of belts, because that's how Satisfactory works. All of your side quests become main quests until they become side quests, and then they become main quests again, and then they become side quests. And then you forget you were doing everything that you were doing. Like, for example, I forgot why I came back over. I remember. I need to get more concrete. I don't have enough. This away. This away. I don't think I'm gonna need as much rubber as I brought with me. Probably just like 3 of these. Okay. These are actually good recipes. Wait, hold on. So the aluminum scrap actually went, no. You basically run that when you're running aluminum near your fuel production. Because you just take the byproduct. Excuse me. You take the byproduct, which is petroleum coke. You can turn the byproduct into petroleum coke, the heavy oil residue, into petroleum coke, and then output aluminum scrap. Sloppy alumina, though, if I'm not mistaken, sloppy alumina gives you, I think it's 120 a minute, but this is 240 a minute. So you actually dial back your water requirements and your bauxite requirements. You get more alumina, and you don't have a silica byproduct. So you can just pump in silica in full and not have to worry about like recirculating the excess silica. That's always been a real sticking point. So this recipe is excellent. I am taking it, and I will be using that for the production. So I'm going to start the next hard drive. I'm going to grab a bunch more concrete because I'm going to need it, and plates I'm already doing. It's funny, in update 7 for this game, 0.7. So update 7, they changed, it was update 6 or update 7, they changed how aluminum works in this game. Aluminum being unbelievably complex and convoluted when the game first came out, and like in the first couple of releases or updates. It was way more, it's complex now. I think it's the first complexity test for the game is aluminum. But they released their metrics. They're like, here's why we're changing aluminum, because they changed it to be like the ratios to be make a little more sense and not have as much byproduct or have more of a certain type of byproduct or stuff like that. They're like, here's why we're making these changes. Our metrics, Coffee Stain that like released this, their metrics showed that 85% of people playing Satisfactory stopped playing the first time they got to the aluminum phase. They were losing like 85% of their players to this one like kind of complex step in the game. And then of the remaining 15%, a bunch of them quit like when they got to nuclear power. But that's also really complex. It's also like end game. So, but aluminum, I think, is the first real big jump you want. Like, it takes you to like some really good belts, and you make some really neat factories. So I'm glad they fixed it and made it more accessible. It's still complex. It's not as complex as it used to be, though. But also, the blueprint system solved a lot of problems in the game. And I love how they did the blueprint system.
Growth.
Yes.
Both are
yes.
How
I don't
long
want
ago?
these. I don't want people being
I
spoiled
wonder.
on the fun. I really like progression in this game. It feels really good. And I also lost my train of thought. I don't know what I was saying. I have broken myself of that very bad habit. And it's not about planning for the future. It's about trying to build your main stuff, like the stuff that you're building, build it out of sight. Build it away from where you'll see when you're building your new thing, so that you never see it, but it still keeps producing. Just build somewhere else. Oh yeah, that's when you start scaling up. Yep. That's why blueprints are so great. You can make these like tileable like nodes and chunks of the game of production that I've found to be much better to deal with. And I love how they did the blueprint system. How it's still like in world without being overpowered, and it still like makes sense for the game without just being like, you know, copy paste simulator. Did you actually play with them, or did you just not play with them? I'm curious. Okay. So they fixed a lot of the problems with blueprints. There were some very early problems that were really annoying to deal with. Like, you would place a blueprint, and then if the blueprint was messed up, you had to. It is a whole new game. You place the blueprint, and like, if I'm gonna put these in here as well, actually. If the blueprints are messed up, you had to disassemble each machine individually. So this was like when they first introduced them, it didn't have a full blueprint disassemble function. You couldn't like undo a blueprint. So once it was placed, it was gone. And then on top of that, you couldn't see always, and you still can't, kind of like where you're placing a blueprint and that's what brought them in to add like the nudging, like the hologram and nudging system. So like I can go blueprint, and like if I have a big blueprint that has a lot of stuff in it and I need to see a bunch of shit, and like I can't see exactly where everything is, so what you do is you can like lock it, and I can be like, okay, cool, and now I can like nudge a tile's worth of movement in every direction, and it gives me a lot more like room to maneuver for building them and making sure they can stay tileable. Yeah, I really like how they did it, because like once you get in Factorio, for example, once you get like robots and like big blueprints, like city blocks and stuff, I'm actually gonna wait until it's daytime to start this build out here in the Death Swamp. I'm gonna go back and start the build over here. Once you get robots and like all the logistics automation, Factorio becomes like a series of big decisions and like placing a bunch of big blueprints, like huge, massive blueprints that cover entire chunks. And then you like set down a city block, and then set down like all your defenses in the corners and like artillery or whatever, and then you just keep expanding. And it's what makes the game so fun. It's one of the things that makes the game so fun. But this game, I think you'd lose a bit of the magic of Satisfactory if you had just a straight copy-paste blueprint system. But how they decided to do it with like the blueprint designer, where you get these like modules that you can build, and like part of the, you know, the research and development aspect of the game is trying to compress a certain amount of production into one 4x4 or 5x5 or 6x6 square. I think it's really, really intriguing, and it's a really engaging way to make something feel, I don't know, feel interesting. I'm a big fan of it. I like how they did it. And yeah, if you are starting off fresh and everything, blueprint everything you can. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. I'm in the same boat. I agree wholeheartedly. The 10 tile zip is great. Like, you're not just at a certain point, if you could just cover the world in stuff very, very quickly, the game would lose a lot of the magic. For sure. Any more fun recipes? Caterium computer. That one's tempting, actually. I have a good pure Caterium vein. What do you explain what you mean by mass delete? Because there is relatively mass deleting. I might use the Caterium computer. I might use the cheap silica. Let's go ahead and do the bolted iron plate. Oops. I need to do hard drive scan. I'm curious because you can delete a lot of stuff at once. If you didn't know. Yeah. I mean, that feels pretty sizable. Especially when, like, if you're building in blueprints, which I argue that as soon as you unlock blueprints, you should be building in blueprints. Everything should be blueprints. Nearly everything should be blueprints. You can delete an entire blueprint in a single click, and that can be 200 items. Right? Like if I'm building, you know, a bunch of constructor factories, I've got all this, and like, actually I want to restart everything. You can just set your dismantle mode to blueprint, and bye-bye blueprint. And if you're building everything in blueprints, it lets you, like, you can duplicate when you come back later. So if I'm building, you know, if I'm doing blueprints and I've got like these 6 constructors, this is like an earlier blueprint that I made, and it's like, it's good because it has like an input and an output that are both on opposite ends, and you know, it feels pretty clean. And you come back later and you're like, oh man, I updated all the speed of everything. I've got better miners, all that stuff. You can actually select the blueprint, like, to dismantle, and you do the middle mouse, the little pipette choice, and you can actually pipette your whole blueprint and just, you know, build multiples. You build all these, and I set the dismantle to blueprint. I'm like, you know what, actually, this factory can go. I'm done. Shazam. 3 full constructor lines just deleted. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff you can do, but I think that, like, try your hardest if you're about to build a factory. Yeah, it can be a little tricky. It kind of is, like, when you're save file modifying. I think it also disables all the achievements in the game, so I wouldn't do it if you're looking at getting the achievements. But when you're starting out, like when you first, like, try and get blueprints unlocked as soon as you can. When you do, put up a blueprint designer and start using it for everything. Oh, I'm gonna build a little iron factory that uses a few smelters. Put it in the blueprint thing, and then you can just duplicate it at every, like, iron node you find. And another cool thing, that's the best part, is you can like take a factory and re-edit the blueprint. Like, just go to the blueprint, update all the belts, go back, dismantle an entire building, the entire blueprint you used before, and then put the new one with the new belts in, and just reattach the input and outputs, and you're golden. Everything's sweet. Because you can just save over, like, you can make iterative changes to your blueprint. Like, I would, early on when I first get the blueprint, I actually make, like, even just little manifolds are really, really helpful, like, as a blueprint. Like, the beginner blueprint designer, you can't fit assemblers in. So when you want to make an assembler line, I'm like, oh, okay, assemblers are easy to put, like, assemblers are easy to put down because they're big and you don't need a lot of them early. But the manifolds are annoying to, like, constantly be putting up. So I just built the manifolds for the assembler. So all I have to do is go bam, bam, throw some assemblers on either side. And then when I'm done with that, like, earlier game factory, I can just switch to the dismantler. Bam, there go the manifolds. Get blueprints. It changes the game when you start using them regularly for everything. It's fantastic. It's such a good addition to the game. It's massive quality of life, but on top of being massive quality of life, it's really fun to try and min-max what you can get out of that square. And you find yourself, like, building in floors more. I like that fit because I have the same factorial problem that a lot of people have, where we build horizontally, like on a plane, like, because you're used to this top down, like, everything needs to be. And I find myself building, like, within the 4 high blueprint restriction a lot more. Yeah, I would definitely unlock blueprints and then use them for everything. Everything you build, besides like one-off machines or something, blueprint. Make a blueprint that's like 6 constructors, and then make a blueprint that's like 8 constructors. Make sure all their manifolds are built in. You can make blueprints for like load balancing blueprints are great. I use those in Factorio a lot. Oh, I already accessed this one. What am I doing? Blueprints, man. It's the way to go. I could... started tearing down my starting factory. Everybody play, you know, you can play however, whatever like satisfies your ADHD and, you know, OCD tendencies, because I've been in the same spot. I tend to only start taking stuff down when I'm done with the biomass phase. Like when I built my first coal factory and I want to start like really scaling up, I will. That's when I'll start really tearing everything down and restarting. But until then, I just let stuff run, fill up storages, sink, you know. But yeah, I have blueprints for like another fantastic use for blueprints. And I think it's how most people use blueprints. So I'm going to run a train from I guess this lake, like right here, is going to be where I put my aluminum factory. I want all the water. I want this coal. So I'm going to run a train. And I think I want to run the train like on the water and then have the station drop off into like out to the water. So what we're going to do is go to blueprints. I'm going to go to my road line that I have. And what I get to do, I'm going to start out here because I kind of want it to be on the water, but I want it to stay on the water. So we're going to go out here. I guess this is probably a fine angle. I probably need to put it a little bit higher so that I can walk from the base. So I want to do bigger foundation. Do a blueprint for my road line. There we go. And I can basically do this as long as I have the resources. And the dimensional depot helps with having all the resources available most of the time. And if you look above, I have now fastly placed vast chunks of a railroad network. And all I gotta do is hook these up, because blueprints can't hook to each other. So there's still a bit of manual, you know, stuff to do. But in, what, 20 seconds? I got this, which includes lights, which includes barriers. It's got a middle, like a middle line. It's got a, you know, it keeps all of the rails straight. because all I have to do is connect two already straight rails. That took me, you know, what, 20 seconds to do. And like, I want to add more to it. There we go. We'll just keep adding to it. Yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier for it. Like, you know those crashed freighters that require power? I just built a blueprint that's just, these are already fueled and connected and overclocked biomass burners. And I can just hook them down, hook it up to the crashed freighter, and then I have, you know, 300 watts of power for the brief moment I need it. Alright, we're just building railways right now. It's pretty uneventful. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad so we get the pre-rolls off for people who wanna join us. So for those who aren't subbed, just give me 1 minute. Make it easier for everybody. Otherwise, Twitch will run an ad when I least expect it. Where is the bauxite node? It's like right here in the middle, I think, right? Yep. So I don't want a straight line through the bauxite. I have a YouTube channel, not for these types of games, not for this type of game. I've done a couple of, because I was learning video editing, because I also enjoy video editing, and I will make a YouTube channel for the games I play once I get more, you know, more of a following or more people hanging out. I'll make a YouTube channel, but right now it's like Escape from Tarkov content. And a couple of, I think, a few Valorant comedy videos that I made for a thing I was doing with some other people. But it's the same name, Neon End. But I'm gonna start a VODs channel at some point, where all the VODs from here will get uploaded to YouTube automatically. But again, that's all part of my like iterative improvement plan. Like I wanna update. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, we'll put it that way. Right now, I'm liking staying consistent, getting on at my 3 p.m. and you know, playing, hanging out, chatting. But my goal is to be on 5 days a week for people who want to hang out on some days. That's what my schedule is right now, 5 days a week. My Tuesday through Saturday, because my wife is off on Mondays and thanks for the subscription on YouTube. I don't know if that was also you, Zevraz, considering we were talking about YouTube. But I didn't know that my alert system told me about YouTube subscriptions. So that was a surprise, I'll tell you that much. I'm also gonna make some better emotes than the default one it gave me. But yeah, it's like, I think I have like a YouTube video up that can't be monetized because I used an Elton John song, because I thought it would be funny with Tarkov. That kind of thing. I like the idea of putting, you know, a really serious, intense shooter. Because like Tarkov is like crazy, like survival based and very, very intense. I like the idea of like making it a little more comedic, like taking some of the wind out of the sails of Tarkov's really intensity. So I made something kind of like fun and upbeat, and kind of reminded me of like the old Battlefield videos I liked to watch, where people would like throw C4 at each other while listening to Huey Lewis in the news or something. Yeah, I will expand that YouTube video or the YouTube channel over time. I'll probably make a dedicated like VODs channel eventually, maybe. That's what most people do. But I wanna grow kind of organically, so that's my game plan. And maybe I'll do some like tutorial stuff for games that I really get obsessed with, because I like the identity I want is kind of what I put in my you know, stream introduction, is like I get really obsessed with games because of, you know, my hyper focus, my hyperactivity, ADHD, and as a result I learn a lot about those games and I put a lot of hours into them. So I know a lot of people who do tutorial content are dedicated to those games, and they're part of the reason I know a lot of the stuff I know. But maybe it'd be fun to have like a, you know, like did you know tutorial section of a bunch of different games, just a lot of different stuff that people might play. Like, I'll never be the master of one game, but I'll be a good jack of all trades. That's gonna be my goal. Like, I think I have like 4,800 hours in Tarkov. A lot of time. So I've played the game a lot. I know a lot about it, and certainly not tooting my own horn, but I'm quite good at it. Oh, I already did this one. So there's a very likely chance on this channel, like I'll get in the mood to do a little shooty and hop on like Tarkov for a little bit and give it a go. If there's like a really cool update or a cool wipe, I'll probably end up playing a little Tarkov. We'll see. The main problem is that the developers released an update, I want to say like 5 or 6 months ago, that was basically crazy, like pay-to-win update that really left a sour taste in my mouth for the game. School should help with, so I'm just leaving now. Going tomorrow. Answer any requests. All right. My wife is off work. She's headed home, and I have requested sustenance because I didn't really eat today. Okay, so I want to go to. Oh. I want to go to the quartz that's closest. It's like right here, I think. Right there. That direction. I might have overshot this this build just a little bit. I kind of want like right angles a little bit. It's easiest to do turns that way. Alright, I think I can get away with it being here for the right angle. Just cut straight through the swamp. Oh, I didn't realize I was blueprint dismantling. Alright, let's put that back up. Just dismantled the floor under my feet. There we go. Zavraz, man. Insane. You I really appreciate it, bud. I am going to Alright, I'm gonna put a lot of work into the sub stuff now. You hit my next goal of 10. I thought it was gonna take like months and months and months. Wild. Absolutely wild. I mean, so I'm definitely gonna do the Discord tonight when I'm off stream. I'll be putting that together, and I'm gonna post it on the info section of my Twitch stream when it's ready to go. I'll put together like a mod team of people and get the necessary bots in there and all that goodies, so that we don't get like raided by nonsense. I'm flabbergasted, Zevraz. You have no idea. Incredibly generous and very, very thankful. Like, it's super cheesy, but it's like it is people like you in these communities that like get new streamers to like stay streaming and stuff. Well, I'm glad I could keep you entertained. That's gonna be my goal moving forward, is to keep people, and I guess more specifically you, entertained. There we go. Probably gonna end up taking those down anyways, because I gotta curve this track, but I can tell you this much: you've given me very suddenly a lot of work. Not that I'm complaining. I'm just saying, like, I was like, okay, this will take time, and everything's gonna be chill, and here are my goals. Right? I gave myself concrete goals that I thought would take no time at all, or that would take quite a bit of time. What in the? I'm being murderized. Hold on. I'm being both thankful and murderized. Stop murderizing me. Bugs. Go away, bugs. The one downside to this blueprint that I've used is I have this guideline on the bottom that is these foundations. When in the swamp, I'd much rather be further up. So yeah, my goal is like, okay, at 5 subs, which mother fucking Okay, now I can keep talking and not dying. My goal was no boombox. I'm not sure what that means. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I have 600 hours in this game. I had no idea. That is wild. Gonna go ahead and... Oh, I actually don't have any coupons right now. I spent them all on being a degenerate early phase completer. This way? Yeah. Yeah, so I told myself 5 subs, that'll take like 2 or 3 weeks or a month. 5 subs will be a Discord. Cool. 10 subs, I'll do I'll seriously buckle down and do the emotes. What either I will pay an artist, because I think you should always pay artists. I will pay an artist to do emotes, or I will learn like pixel art and do my own. That kind of stuff. I was like, okay, that'll take another month. Whoops. So I've got like 2 months to like kind of like learn some of this stuff and work on it on the side. And you've given it to me in 1 day, Zeros. So, you know. Thank you for that. And I'm glad, I'm very glad that one of the gift subs went to Nerd Fighting. That's excellent. I'm happy with everybody who got gift subs, obviously. Nerd Fighting has been in the channel chatting and hanging out every single morning since I started, so... This is not. It isn't, and I want it to is. Oh, it's ising now. Okay. I have to snap to the grid. Place it in a really weird position. I think I'm learning where that position is. He says moments before not knowing. Okay. You are too radioactive. Not okay. Not a fan. This is why I hate the murder swamp. Because everything is death. And apparently, wizards. Okay. Who's still spitting at me from under the floor? That's great. 9. We're gonna put the mam here just for shits. What did we get? Aluminum rod. Not gonna be using aluminum ingots on iron rods. Insulated crystal oscillator. Oh, inventory slots. Oh, the silicon circuit board is actually really good. I really want the inventory, but the silicon circuit board, and I'm about to have a computer factory, and I've already got silica over there, so all I'd have to do... Oh, man. I have to choose this. I really want the inventory slots. That's upsetting. I'm still being attacked. I'm being radiated. I'm being... Can you not? Can you not and pretend we did? Where are you? Where is this radioactive pig? Oh, I've already opened this one too. I'm just too damn proficient at this game. That would have been the perfect moment for me to get smacked by that radioactive hog and flung to my death. But comedy can't be artificial. Okay. So the bauxite is pretty close, like right there, yeah, okay. So I want to put a station just right here that just loads in raw bauxite. And yeah, Zeros, I'm gonna find out all the like little community benefits I can offer and start implementing them. And yeah, I don't know how to express. I know it's such a small thing, but it's, you know, for someone just starting out, it's the difference between keeping it going and not. It means a lot. Can you hook? Okay. I don't want to be down here. I hate it down here. I mean, honestly, that means even more. I really, you know, that adds to the... Like, you're not a Twitch viewer, but you decide to come hang out in, you know, in a brand new streamer's stream and then, like, hook them up in a way that's, like, not insignificant. Because not only is it, getting paid to do it, like, that's cool, whatever, like, you know, very generous. I really like it. I really appreciate it. But it's like it helps the algorithm a ton. Like, it gets people engaged and thinking about your channel, and it puts you up on the recommended lists and stuff. So that kind of stuff just it. Oh man, I remember I was in a village. I was in a village. There was one restaurant on the bay, like on the water, and I remember it being some number of kroner. I think that if I remember right, that's the currency. Some number of kroner for a burger, and I was like, this seems like a lot, but I haven't done the conversion yet, the USD conversion. And it was a really mediocre burger, and when yeah, KR, and it was a mediocre burger, and I was like, okay, like whatever, but because it was mediocre, I want to know how much I spent on that burger. It was $27 US. That's when I got mad about the burger. I was like medium about the burger. I was like, medium burger, medium feelings, whatever. And then when it was like $27, I was like, ain't no damn way I just paid $27 for that. But there was a damn way. I think, if I'm remembering right, because this was 10 years ago now, the conversion rate was way worse for the USD. This was like a little like if I say the name of the place, you probably will have never even heard of it. It's Herang. It's a little like tiny village. Hey, the best view is on star. It's a tiny little fishing village. I was there for an event, and on the water is like the one restaurant in the whole area. And it was like Harang. I'll type it in chat. Oh, my OBS is like, oh, just join Twitch. You can type it in. No. Typed it in. I don't think I can pronounce it properly, so I don't want to risk it. I don't know what that means. Much of my trip to Sweden, I've blocked out of my memory. Maybe not Sweden, but the entirety of my European trip was carefully scrubbed from my memory. Hook on to the... I wanna... Let me... No, you're not. It's... It's being wildly unhelpful. Is that what I wanted? Yes. I don't know what Manfield is or... Oh, in language. Yeah, it was like a little fishing village. I was definitely in the boonies, yeah. That is exactly how I'd describe it. Like it was a 2 to 4 hour drive to Stockholm, if I remember right. So we're gonna zoop. I want to do this. We're gonna do this, and I'm gonna zoop. I'm gonna zoop up 10. Oh, that's why I stopped. I was wondering why I stopped, and it turns out it was because I didn't have enough concrete. So I'm gonna do this, because I need to go up. There's another crash site. That's also where all of the murder spiders are. So I'm gonna veer away from the murder spiders. And another thing I'm gonna do real quick, because pre-rolls are now officially re-enabled. I'm gonna do a quick 1 minute ad here in a second. If you are watching and lurking, which again, totally fine, and you're hanging out and you received one of the gift subs from Zavraz, make sure you refresh so you don't get the ads. If you don't refresh, you'll get the ads anyways. when you don't need them anymore. So I'm going to run that ad here in just a second. There we go. Perfect. I just want to make sure. I've been watching one of the streamers I've been liking to watch. A lot of people have been liking to watch. Obviously, his streams get like 40,000 people now. Is Pirate Software. His name is Thor. He's like former Blizzard employee. He's been going big on YouTube Shorts and stuff. Talks a lot about tech and gaming and the gaming industry and streaming. And one of the things he said was, and I find it really, really fascinating, because when you're a beginner, when you're a new streamer and you're trying to figure stuff out, you can't see how things work at scale. And I think that's really important when you're looking at like metrics and plans and ideas and stuff. Like knowing how they'll work at scale kind of helps you operate at a lower level. So I think many streamers don't realize that pre-roll ads will cut like 40% of your engagement. Like, he sees his followers numbers, like when he's normally getting 1,000 followers an hour or whatever, and he sees that number precipitously drop whenever the pre-roll ads are on, and he makes a short that says, look, here is how you grow your community and get people involved and want to stay in your stream. Run more ads. I personally hate ads. I detest them. And I thought to all the times I've gone to a new stream and was like interested in the game, and then saw the pre-roll ad and just closed Twitch and like went to YouTube to look at like, you know, a let's play of that game instead. It just dawned on me. So every now and again I'm gonna try and run that 1 minute, even though I don't like ads. But Twitch is going to run them anyways. I'm going to run that 1 minute so that the pre-rolls don't run, so people can come in and hang out and not be bothered by them. I'd rather just not run ads. Like even if it meant I didn't make any money, I'd personally rather not run ads. But Twitch is going to run them anyways, so I don't really have much say in the matter. I'd rather make it a better experience for people wanting to check out the game. Not that one, it's the next one. What? Oh, do I have to cut? There we go. Building our railway light. I like the lights. I'm a big fan of the lights on the railway blueprint. And I like when the lights are on. They look really cool. And you can like... What in the heck? Hey yo, hold on. No. Currently dismantling a power filter. There we go. I like when the lights are on and you can set different colors, and you can set it so like they're only on at night, so like your whole like railway line lights up at night, which is really cool. But my favorite part about the aesthetics of the lights on the railway blueprint here are the wires. The kind of the wires that dangle between the lines. Kind of add a really industrial sort of cable car feeling to it. Yeah, I agree. Even though the Satisfactory trains, which in my opinion are like some of the best trains in any game that has trains, the Satisfactory trains are very like sci-fi. They have these like crazy magnetic brakes and like all the lights and stuff. It still feels very industrial. It's such a good balance. It strikes a really good balance. And I just really like the wires. And I messed that up. And remember, the game plan was to make an aluminum factory. And now I am lighting my railway. I guess I'm just hooking up the lights. That's a little different. One game I'm kind of excited for that's upcoming, just because I'm obsessed with the IP and the universe, is Dune Awakening. The, like, survival crafting MMO that's coming up. I love Dune. And I cannot wait for Dune Awakening. Yeah, like, there's a chance that they try and, like, go a little too MMO-y with it, which would be kind of a bummer. But it's Dune, so I'm gonna consume it no matter what. I'm very excited for Dune Awakening. And, if I'm streaming it, and it's got like the like more MMO vibes where like it's better with a group, I will probably like play with with viewers and stuff. So it'd be fun to check it out. Ping can be a little bit problematic when I'm playing online games with people though, because my ping to Japan is difficult for a lot of people. Like when I play Tarkov, I usually have 150 ping playing with my friends from the west coast of the US. And then when I play alone, I get like 6 ping. Hypertubes. Hypertubes are what sold me on this game, actually. I liked the game, I was having fun, and then they introduced you to the hypertubes early, like in phase 2, and I was like, excuse me, what? And I built a ridiculous hypertube network that went everywhere, and I was like, this game is amazing. And I continued to be obsessed with it after that, and I love hypertubes. Why did I come back here? I built a launcher in my main playthrough that I 100% of the game on. I built a hypertube launcher because one of the achievements is to reach the ceiling of the world where you die. So I built a hypertube launcher that sent me straight up and then killed me. So I shot myself into the atmosphere for an achievement. Okay, hover packs. Save myself a little bit of space by putting that there, and then I don't have any alkyd aluminum sheets. Slower but cooler? Yeah. Like, it's obviously supported by the devs. Like, there was an update, I think, where in testing it fixed the hypertube launchers, but they realized that they really liked that people like had that ingenuity to like make them. And then there's the new hotness, which is the centrifugal hypertube launchers, which it is a circle of hypertubes that make you faster and faster and faster and faster. But one of them slightly offset, so if you hold left while you're in the circle, it sends you out the side into a directional launcher and flings you farther. So it's got a much lower footprint, and it's much funnier. And it doesn't require as much like power wind up as the main launcher does. I know what I came over here for. Concrete. I was out of concrete. However, alright, so it is getting on to 9 p.m. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. So I am going to probably call it there. The wife is just about off working home. Want to spend some time with her. I got a lot built today. I've got a lot of work to do, Zevraz, thank you for that. And research to do, and potentially like artist friends to talk to about paying for stuff. So yeah, I've got I've got that to do, but I'm excited. It's kind of the next phase. But I will be back on tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. Japan time, which, if I remember right, Sweden is -1 UTC. So 11 a.m. for you guys? Something like that. So yeah, hopefully I will see you here tomorrow. Everybody who's watching and lurking, I really appreciate you hanging out for some satisfactory nonsense. Tomorrow, the game plan will be to finish the railroad out, finish the aluminum factory, and then get the good belts so that I can finish the factory from last phase. Awesome. Again, Zevraz, can't thank you enough for the support, and then for everybody else who's watching and hanging out. Also, equally, appreciate the support, hanging out and watching and chilling and enjoying Satisfactory. Hope you guys had a good time and a chill time. I will see everybody who wants to be here tomorrow. Have a great night, guys.